It's hot.
It is.
It's hot out.
Welcome. Today I'm going back into a little bit more personal history. Because Alliances was the second set I ever collected. I told you when I first did the first one of these, we started with Homelands. That was the first set I ever collected. Alliances was the next set to release after that, and I collected that one too.
You'll probably have to repeat yourself in a bit.
Oh, no doubt. But
So.
that's okay because we've got, before we actually get into, I don't have a full Alliances set anymore. I'm sure that story will come out. But here's the little Alliances binder I threw together this weekend. So that would have most of the set to go through and examples. Some of the cards which I couldn't find, I couldn't believe. I know I've got
water,
somewhere.
and then I'll get out of the way. And then when you want to adjust the camera, I will.
But yeah. We actually had some mail arrive today, which is some stuff that I put together. Hi, Becca. Thanks for coming.
Becca's in chat now, or is that?
Some other related old card game stuff that me and a friend ordered some stuff together. The stuff I ordered is likely for that 1000th anniversary stream, or actually probably I ordered more than I'd need for that. So it could turn into a bit of a series if it's stuff that interests people. So I've got a bit of a box here, and let's take a look at some of the stuff that came in it. Now, this happens to be mostly old Decipher products. I've talked about Decipher before, back in the 90s when collectible card games were just getting going. The big heavy hitter, the first one out of the gate was Magic the Gathering, and there was others that came and went, very helter-skelter, very haphazard, and certain groups started to produce some good ones. Eventually, Pokemon showed up and became, again, a major dominant player in the market, absolutely, as did Yu-Gi-Oh! But before then, in the early 90s, one of the big competitors it had was Decipher. And they had a bunch of games. The three big hitters were Star Wars, Star Trek, and Lord of the Rings. And Star Wars has gotten ridiculously hard to find and expensive to find sealed product for. The other two aren't as bad. Star Trek's probably the easiest. They had some other games too. One thing I grabbed for a friend, the same one who actually got me this shirt a long time ago, which is semi-magic related. He got me to order some Wars for him. So they released 2 sets of this, Incursion and Nowhere to Hide. And there were starter decks, there was, booster boxes, all that stuff released for it. It never got further than 2 sets. Basically, their Star Wars game was so popular, it actually outsold Magic the Gathering for a month or two and outranked it in the sales rankings. When they lost the rights to Star Wars, they'd had so much positive response on the game engine because it didn't need dice, it didn't need anything to keep score outside of the deck itself. It was a fairly well-balanced game and a decent engine that a lot of people liked. They decided, well, what if we lose the Star Wars property, make our own property, and just run the game engine off of that? And that's what this Wars game was. It was their attempt to run the old Star Wars card game engine with their own IP, and sadly, it couldn't support it without the big Star Wars name to push it as well. So
Try to keep this little preamble a little short.
I'll try and keep the preamble short because we're all here to talk about Magic the Gathering and Alliances. I realize that. I just figured while we get going. The other 2 big games, like I said, were Lord of the Rings. So I got a Lord of the Rings Black Rider starter deck here, and I'll open this at some point in a future stream, not tonight. And Star Trek. And these are both fun games. And both are still available. You can find sealed product. Star Trek is much easier and cheaper to find than the Lord of the Rings at this time, I think. Voyager. was
So-
one of the later sets.
Where Tank and Becca are, they have some pretty big storms going on, I guess.
Okay.
So, just letting you know.
Yeah,
that.
we've had some storms go through, but right now
Nothing
it's
like what
hot
they've got
here.
going on right
It's
now.
hot and sunny. Yeah, I know. We don't get storms that are super huge. Like we don't get hurricanes or anything up here, or
We get tornadoes occasionally.
very rarely we get some tornadoes. So this is Trouble with Tribbles. This one features characters from both Deep Space Nine and the original series of Star Trek, which is very fun for me since I love the original series and the movies and that. This one is very Deep Space Nine centered. It's rules of acquisition based entirely around the Ferengi, basically as a set, which I'd never opened any because I didn't like the Ferengi. But now, years later, it's a set that I've never opened any of, so I'm going to enjoy digging into that at a later date. And then you've got the original Star Trek custom card game, The Next Generation. This is the first set that came out, and honestly, it's the cheapest, it's the easiest to find, and if you're ever interested in getting into the game, I'd recommend just grab a booster box of this, crack her open, have fun looking at the cards, and you can build right out of that and learn to play the game that way. A box of starter decks, just as easy to find. You don't get as many rares, but you get little rule books, mini rule books, which could be handy. So, either way, I like the Stormtroopers from Star Trek. Yeah, well, that's quite the crossover there, but
Stormtroopers from Star Trek.
yeah.
That'd be awesome.
Just shove this off to the side.
Oh, that would be fun to do.
Alternate
A fun
universe
little...
here is still also fairly easy to find. This was the first expansion to The Next Generation. So, if you like Star Trek The Next Generation, these two boxes here are great. Should bring back some memories for some people.
Becca says I picked up a couple small starter decks for Magic. Hubby is gonna try and teach me to play.
Voyager, Deep Space Nine. Oh, that sounds like fun. Magic's a fairly straightforward game. Unfortunately, there's not a lot of really good introductory products out there at the moment for it. But the basic gameplay is pretty straightforward. They just, like any game that's been around a long time, they add a lot of rules, and over time some of the rules sort of shift into how they work. So it gets to be a bit messy, but the basics are pretty straightforward, and it's not hard to learn. It's good fun.
All right.
So,
I'm coming in to adjust this. Do you want to move the camera so you're sitting here again, or do you like it okay here?
whatever works best, as long as we're not getting glare from
Hi, everybody.
the lamp.
I am going to adjust the camera really quickly.
So now we're going to start digging into alliances.
All right. Here, I'm just going to adjust the camera. Hi. It's just a second. Hello, Dub Art. He says, I'm assuming Dub Art, I do Warhammer 40k. I think Magic has some 40k cards.
They've been doing a lot of crossovers lately. I think I remember seeing those as well. I used to play Warhammer a fair bit.
It's not switching. Why aren't you switching?
Starting in late when I was in high school, and then when I went off to university, I built out my collection quite a bit more there too.
Sorry.
Unfortunately, I played Warhammer Fantasy.
How's that?
So the overlap of that with 40k is next to nil.
Or do we want to put it over
Other
here
than
again?
a couple of the races apparently
Just move this
survived
over
into the later timeline.
Do you want to do it back over here again? Because that seems to be the best angle.
Yeah, it could be. I'll swing around.
Why don't we do something a little bit different and change up the camera? There we go.
Alright. Now, Alliances it arrived at an interesting point in Magic's history. Ooh, that glare, that lamp. I don't like this lamp.
I think it's that one.
No, it's definitely
Is it
this
this one? You sure?
Yes.
Well, what if I do that? No, that's that glare is that one.
No, okay, whatever glare there is now, but the big glare that was eating the bottom two cards there, that was that lamp there. Anyway.
Okay.
So yeah, alliances came at an unusual time in Magic's history, a very formative time. Came out with a lot of new ideas that. Can we, oh, that back window.
You
Can
want
I
it blocked?
angle this down maybe, and that'll avoid that?
You want me to block that?
No, I angled it down. We're
Okay.
good now.
You could take them out again like you did last time.
It came. Yeah, I planned to.
Okay.
It came with 12 card packs, which was very unusual. Only Chronicles and Alliances that I'm aware of ever came in 12 card packs. And it was the first set to continue directly the theme of a previous set. So while you had a little bit of storytelling about how the Brothers' War from Antiquities affected the world, and that played out in the Dark, and that played out in Fallen Empires and Homelands to a lesser extent, because it was a different continent. Or no, Fallen Empires was a different continent. Whatever. With this, Ice Age was directly followed by Alliances. And they hadn't even really established blocks at this time. So it was just a standalone set, and then a set designed to augment that standalone set. Then they got into Mirage Block, what was designed as a big set, two small sets with Mirage, Visions, Weatherlight, and on with other blocks after that. And so retroactively, they kind of built a block out of Ice Age, Alliances, and Homelands. Homelands really wasn't designed for that. Like I say, Homelands has, I find, a lot more in common with Fallen Empires in the Dark than it does with Ice Age and Alliances. And then,
Before you get too into it, Tank has a question.
The wife asked if the red shirts and stormtroopers fought, who would win. Oh boy, well, neither has the best record in some respects. But there's a lot more stormtroopers, so they'd probably overwhelm the red shirts, I would think. That would be my guess. So, where was I? Oh yeah, blocks. So yeah, later they decided to get Homelands out of there, and they built, about a decade later, a set called Cold Snap, which was designed, it sort of had to function as a standalone since you couldn't draft it with Alliances and Ice Age anymore. They were just getting too hard to find the packs. Although I did imagine doing that at one point, but unfortunately I never got a group of people together when I did have some of the product available. But yeah, that's how I happened to have most of an Alliances set again now, was because I had got later another box of Alliances much later on after I'd gotten rid of my original Alliances set. First set of picks incoming. Okay, that's not sure what that's referring to. Maybe of the storms. Anyway, so yeah, we had
First set of picks incoming.
yeah. That's anyways.
Sending me some picks.
So we start off here. Let's get into it with Carrier Pigeons. Very thematic little card. You get a 1/1 flying for 4 and draw a card at the beginning of the next turn's upkeep. Yeah, it's a Picnet with flying. This really was not considered a good card at any point. I suppose now you could, do some blinking type effects with it and get to draw more cards. But even there, it's pretty weak. And there are better things out there if you want to play with. Oh, nice. I see you've got Air Elemental, some classic blue stuff going on. Looks fun. Blue is probably the trickiest of the colors because it has other effects that are a little bit more atypical, like counter spells and bouncing things, and you can be a little trickier with blue.
Thank you. Make a bed. I love you.
Anyway, so birds know no border. Why then should we? General Varchild in a missive to King Darien of Keldor. Now in Ice Age and Alliances there are legendary creatures, but nowhere near as common as they became in later sets. And most of them, I think, are multicolors, just like the original multicolors in Legends. There were some exceptions that I can think of, but Mainly those came in.
Can I show my ice cream that I'm about to eat because it's hot?
Sure. You want to see ice cream?
Ice cream.
Ice cream is always fun to look at. It just gets you thinking and remembering. Anyway.
It's alright. It's really warm.
So, like a lot of the earlier sets, I think this was one of the last ones in the early days which had multiple arts and correspondingly multiple flavor text. So you could get two versions of most of the commons and I think some of the uncommons even in alliances. So our second carrier pigeons, same stats. It's true, I ask no fealty of the flocks, but surely we are more than mere beasts. King Darien of Keljor in a missive to General Varchild. So you got the correspondence between the king and his general, between the two of them here. And eventually,
This is so delayed.
they made cards for these characters in Goldsnap, I believe. So that's kind of neat. It shows you the function of the carrier pigeons. But as far as gameplay went, not a strong card. I do like the art of pigeons, if you like pigeons. Anyway, I'm sure these have been eroded to birds now. Next we have Errand of Duty. A white and a colorless for an instant that puts a knight token into play. Treat this token as a 1/1 white creature with banding. Now, token creatures, they'd been out for a couple of years at this point. This set came out in 1996. There was different ways you could get those. Most notably, Homelands had a lot of... not Homelands. Fallen Empires had a lot of that. But this was a neat little combat trick. Most things that made tokens, it was, an artifact that could spit out creature tokens, or it was thalids that slowly multiplied, or it was a sorcery occasion town that would give you, a group. This is an instant you could surprise people with it, and especially since it had banding. They've stopped making creatures with banding for a long time now, but if you had bands, that allowed you to decide how the combat damage would be divided up, and it could be quite useful if you got into multi-creature combat. Yeah, I love some of the vintage art for sure. Call every able sword to our side. Keljor will stand triumphant. Again, from King Darien of Keljor. And there's again a second version. May the speed of their task for the Sky Knights alone... may they speed to their tasks, for the Sky Knights alone cannot hold Keljor safe. Arna Kernzur Sky Captain. Now, if you remember Sky Knights and Sky Captains from Ice Age, they were one of the big things with Keljor. The Keljorian Kingdom did really well in alliances. This is after the Ice Age, and things are starting to thaw and warm up, and the fields are becoming more fertile for farming, and a lot of these more organized kingdoms and stuff are starting to grow and do well. But it's also causing conflict with all the thawing ground. There's a necromancer who's having great fun unearthing a bunch of zombie minions that try to take over as well. So there's definitely a lot happening sort of story-wise in the background. But the set leaves the story mostly in the background, and you don't get as much story-driven card arcs as they started to come out with say, Tempest, I think, is when they really started to get developing that into their stories and pushing the novels and things like that a lot more. Go for you to look at, Barry. Okay, so you're sending some more pics for me?
Yeah.
Okay. Ooh, red cards this time. Fling is a classic. Ooh, Fling and Shock. Those are both from Stronghold, which was another set I was thinking of talking about at some point.
Nice, eh?
Yeah.
Where did they get those?
Well, this is a more recent printing of it. I'm assuming it came in whatever deck they found.
Oh, is it? Okay.
Oh, look, there's even a Shivan Dragon. There's another classic
That's nice.
staple. I love that. Anyway. Although I must admit, I do prefer the original art on Shivan Dragon. It's not technically as good, perhaps, but it's just so fun. Exile. This is a card that was sort of designed to be a tournament staple, I believe, but it had such steep competition. It never really took off, in my experience. So for an instant, costing 3, remove target non-white attacking creature from the game and gain life equal to that creature's toughness. So, you're removing the creature from the game, you're gaining life, you're getting some serious upsides there. But it's also got some downsides. It has to be an attacking creature, and it can't be white. Sure, a little bit more wouldn't hurt. This was in direct competition with Swords to Plowshares. And Swords to Plowshares, as a 1-cost instant that can target white creatures, they don't have to be attacking, even though your opponent gains life instead of you do. It's just a more generally useful card. And so Exile wasn't able to overtake it. If Swords to Plowshares hadn't been around to compare to, I think this would have done a lot better. But yeah, Swords to Plowshares had a reprint right in Ice Age. It was still commonly available in 4th edition. Yeah, Exile just couldn't overtake that as a primary removal option, spot removal for white. Next we have Inheritance, very thematic and memorable card for me, just in terms of the art and, again, rebuilding sort of society in a way. You got a 1 white cost enchantment. You can pay 3 and draw a card. Use this ability only when a creature is put into the graveyard from play, and only once for each creature put into the graveyard. So if you've got the extra mana, you can draw cards when things start to die. More than lessons may be gained from the past. So it's a nice little
Inheritance is an amazing card for me, says Dan. I still use it to this day.
Yep. Oh, I don't blame you. It can be fun for sure.
And Variable says that they love Magic and they hope we have the best stream and reach our goals.
I hope so too. We're actually getting surprisingly close to that 1,000 subscribers, and I'm really looking forward to doing
I did math
a variety
wrong
of
last
stuff.
night. I thought we were like 66 subs away, but we were actually like 56 subs away.
Yeah.
So, yay!
Yeah, well, we're getting there
My
anyway.
brain was tired yesterday.
Juniper Order Advocate. Now, this was a neat card back in the day. There weren't a lot of things that would give you bonuses to another color, for one thing. But also, most creatures that did buff colors, like Crusade and Bad Moon, or things that gave all bonuses to a creature type like goblins or merfolk, just gave it to all goblins in play, or all white creatures, all black creatures, whatever. This is, as long as Jupiter Order Advocate is untapped, all green creatures you control. So this doesn't up your opponent's green creatures, just yours, which is nice, and it encourages multicolor decks, which is also nice. It was sort of a new design space they were starting to explore in some sets. Ice Age, the Dark had a couple of multicolor cards, but this is specifically a cards. There was a small theme in this deck of cards from one color, which helped if you had the other color available.
So I asked Variable what his favorite set was, or their favorite set, sorry. And they said 5th edition.
That's interesting. 5th edition was, again, quite the shift. Up till 4th edition. 4th edition they started, well, even revised, they started to include some cards from older sets, and just sort of phase out a lot of the older ones that were a little too strong. I'm trying to remember now. I think 5th edition, they were including cards up to Ice Age in it. So that's where you could get a 5th edition Jester's Cap or something. But as of 4th edition, yeah, sort of Shivan Dragon was the big chase card that they left. Anyway, I'm not a real expert in 5th edition. Most of my early days were spent in 4th edition, to be honest. And trying to get what I could have revised and, the earlier stuff.
Yep.
Anyway, where was I? Juniper Order Advocate. As long as Juniper Order Advocate is untapped, all green creatures you control get +1/+1. In these troubled times, we alone carry the hope of reconciliation between elf and human. So, a little, again, sign of hope and a crossover between a couple of the different colors, trying to get that to work together.
Ooh. We're at 949 subscribers. One away from...
Nice.
Nice. Thank you, everyone.
Keljoran Escorts. And again, there's 2 arts. I like these guys. They're fun because they're riding big dogs. And they're also a banding creature. You get a 2/3 for 4. Not great on size, but again, banding can be a useful ability.
Tank says the wife handed me a binder full of MTG cards and World of Warcraft cards.
Nice. The first caravan has passed safely through the Carpathian Mountains without incident, forging a trade route to Balduvia. Kelj himself would have never believed it. King Darian of Keljor. And the other one, we willingly trade with Keljor, but the peace we build must come from both our lands. Lovisa Cold Eyes, Balduvian chieftain. So
Okay.
here again, you've got a little bit of both sides of the controversy there, and again from 2 characters who, in Cold Snap, were given legendary cards, 1 red, 1 white. And I've got some Cold Snap, so maybe we'll cover that one day too. Who knows if there's interest.
Tank says he's finding more than that too. So all the treasures that could be in that binder.
Yeah. Oh, you never know when you get a binder of random stuff. You can always find some goodies.
That could be a fun video, Tank.
It could be. Ivory Gargoyle. I used to run these in one of my
That
decks.
art is really neat.
It is neat. It's only a 2/2 flyer for 5, so that's pretty steep for a 2/2 flyer.
Dan says,
But
Dan's comment
yeah,
regarding the artwork. Man, the artwork, that is what I miss about the classical sets. You could see that each set was their own world.
yep. The great thing about Ivory Gargoyle, if Ivory Gargoyle is put into the graveyard from play, so something kills it, put it into play under its owner's control at the end of the turn and skip your next draw phase. Remove Ivory Gargoyle from the game. So, at the end of turn, it just comes back, but you don't get to draw your next card.
What else Tank is finding in that binder?
Ooh, Lord of the Rings cards, that's fun.
I think Tank needs to do a video about this binder.
Is that the Decipher Lord of the Rings, or is that the Magic Lord of the Rings, or is that like the old Middle-earth cards? Because there's been a couple of different Lord of the Rings card games, and they're all good in their way. That's another video I've been hoping to make one day.
Marvel versus System cards as well.
Oh yeah, Versus System was great fun. I used to play that with my brother for a while. Next we've got Keljoran Home Guard. Oh yeah, the remove ability is just, if this is causing trouble and you're never getting to draw cards, you can, remove your own creature from the game to get out of that sort of lock scenario. Keljoran Home Guard. For 4 mana, you get a 1/6, and at the end of any combat in which Keljoran Home Guard attacked or blocked, put a -0/-1 counter on it, and put a Deserter token in play. Treat this token as a 0/1 white creature. So the more this thing fights, its toughness slowly shrinks, but it makes you other creatures, which is really interesting. And if you've got, effects that pump all your white creatures, that can actually be beneficial to you. Cards are movie cards. So, yeah, if it's a movie card game, then that's the old Decipher ones that ran from, I think the first set came out in 2001 or 2 and ran till about 2007. So that'd be, I'll just grab, that would be this game here from Decipher. Although they sort of did a reboot after their first run through the 3 films with 3 sets each. And the Black Rider set that starter deck came from was after that reset. But Again, maybe we'll get into that more on another stream. Keljoran Pride. Now this is a fun one. This is again one of the ones that encourage multicolor play. So an enchant creature for
Garbage Pail Kids too.
a white and there you go.
That movie is awesome.
A white and a colorless. Enchanted creature gets +1/+2, so it's like Holy Strength, except it costs a little more. But it has the ability where you can pay a blue and 2 to switch Keljoran Pride from a creature it enchants to another creature. Keljoran Pride's new target must be legal. Treat Keljoran Pride as though
Girl cards.
it were just cast on the new target. So, Keljoran Pride you can move around. If the creature it's on is about to die, you can save it by putting it on something else. Or just after combat you can move it to a blocker or whatever. It's very useful in that regard to have a creature enchantment that you can just move around, assuming you've got the mana available. The other neat thing about Keljoran Pride is, again, 2 arts available. This one is sort of nighttime themed with the girl looking over the city there. And then the other one is daytime themed with the guy looking over the city. And they've got the bird there, the Astir, which is what the Sky Knights and Sky Captains ride in the one, and the bear in the art of the other. So it's a really nice pair of arts, again, even though they don't have flavor text. I think that just works well. Day or night, you can still have pride in your kingdom. So that's kind of nice. A little bit not so nice, but still very thematic. We've got Martyrdom. So as an instant, 2 white and a colorless. Until end of turn, you may redirect to target creature you control any amount of damage. So if you're taking damage, if other creatures you control are taking damage, someone plays a Pyroclasm or something like that that deals damage to all the creatures on the board. Until end of turn, you may redirect to target creature you control any amount of damage. So it can just sop up all of that until it dies, basically. Can be quite useful. I don't honestly know a lot of people who actually played this. I think I remember a couple of people experimenting with it. You don't have a lot of space for tricks in most decks like this. Combat, well, it's not really a combat trick, but it's along those lines. Quote here: "Martyrs are cheaper than mercenaries and a far better investment." General Varchild. And here again, 2 arts. First one, you've got the night guy out to protect these other citizens. And in the second art, you've got sort of the aftermath. He did his job and protected them. They're fine. Unfortunately, the knight didn't make it. The only true immortality is in dying for a cause. And that's from one of the priests. So, we do like those. Next, we're on to the Noble Steeds. And they're not donkeys. For fans, fans of Shrek 2. Anyway, but it's an enchantment for a white and 2, and you can pay a white and a colorless. Target creature gains first strike until end of turn. So just being able to spot, give your creatures first strike here and there can be quite useful. It's a lot better than the old card Lance, which was just an enchant creature for 1, which you put on a creature, everyone could see it coming. People will see this coming too, but it's a lot more flexible. And they can't get rid of it by killing the creature it's on. They need something to actually get rid of an enchantment. So there's that too. Only an animal born in the wild has sufficient heart to be a true knight's steed. King Darien of Keljor. And
Tank is still listing all the stuff in the binder.
Yeah, well, it sounds like you got a lot of fun in that binder of stuff to look through anyway. They are fighters as fine as any knight they carry. So that's a quote from a Sky Captain.
We have My Little Pony. We just
A little bit. Yeah. Next, reinforcements.
I hear you giggling.
And
yes, that's me.
Reinforcements have, again, 2 arts, but we'll look at this one here first. 1 white instant. Put up to 3 target creature cards from your graveyard on top of your library any order. So you can stack your next few draws with some more creatures if you had a punch in your graveyard. Potentially handy. There are better options nowadays. I don't know people who use this heavily, to be honest. We aided the Balduvians once before. They need but ask, and we shall do so again. So there's the growing friendliness at this time between the Balduvian barbarian tribes and the Kingdom of Keldor. Alright, that was page 1. We're on to page 2. The set was not tiny, about 199 cards if you count all the double arts. But nowhere near the big sort of 300, 400 card, 360-ish, almost 400. I think 5th edition there got up over 500 cards or something. Like the sets got really big for the base sets, and the starter block sets like Ice Age. Anyway, here's the other art. Let them send their legions. I will show them that my truth is stronger than their swords. Again, General Varchild. Next, we got Reprisal. I remember playing these from time to time. Like I said, the best spot removal available in white at the time was Swords to Plowshares, so it was tough to compete with. But it was an uncommon. And if you're a new player, it's hard to track down the really good chase uncommons sometimes, so you gotta fill in holes with other things. And Reprisal fit the bill quite nicely as an instant, only cost 2. Bury, which meant the creature couldn't regenerate. Target creature with power 4 or greater. So you just destroy it, it can't regenerate. It's only good for bigger creatures, but that's usually what you wanted to use spot removal on anyway. So things like a Sarah Angel or a Singir Vampire or a Shivan Dragon, this could get rid of any of those for you.
Variable says that he likes your videos and hopes you'll reach 1,000 subs.
Thank you. I'm glad somebody's enjoying this. For me, it's just good to go back and relive some of these memories and appreciate some of these old cards again. I wish I got to play more. The meek shall fight as one, and they shall overcome even the greatest of foes. Oh, this is one of the... Yeah. These sort of cards that would flip and transform were... they came out much later. And I never got into them a whole lot, but it's a neat idea.
I was wondering, no, I guess it's probably a little awkward.
Yeah, it'd probably be a little awkward to show that on here. Here's the other art for Reprisal. Same card, different, art and flavors. So Keldor's borders are secure, and its citizens are prepared to take up arms in defense of their families. Got a monster breaking into town, and people prepared to try and fight it off. So, same sort of idea in both on these ones. But yeah, Reprisal was we used to use. I'm trying to remember. I guess this next one would have been Royal Decree. Royal Decree was an enchantment with cumulative upkeep on white that punished people for playing both red and black cards. I forget the exact details on it, but it got used sometimes if people were looking for a a color hoser that worked against 2 different colors. Yeah, I know I have one somewhere. It's one of those ones that I think I had in a commander deck at some point, but I don't know. It got phased out and it's not there anymore, so not sure where it got put. Next we have the Royal Herbalist. And again, there's 2 arts on this. They're quite complementary to each other. 1 white gets you a 1/1 cleric, and you can pay 2 and remove the top card of your library from the game to gain 1 life. So, a minor effect. Life gain is usually, unless it's a very good rate, which this is not really. You have to pay 2 each time you do it. You have to remove the top card of your deck from the game, you can do better for your 1-drop usually for other abilities. So it wasn't that common, but you might pick it up. Drafting, it gives you a 1-drop that it might be useful, at least for curving out and stuff. So, but just gaining life by running your deck down, probably not something you want to be doing much in draft either. But a flavorful card.
Oh.
It's not so easy anymore. Nothing grows in Keljor but seaweed. So yeah, the Keljorans had to relocate because some of their lands were flooded as the ice was melting. But they were able to find other places to do well. Just as an herbalist heals a wound, so must we heal the rift between Balduvia and Keljor. Next, we've got Scars of the Veteran. Now this, I used to play this card a lot. There was a number of reasons for that. I just found it rather fun. This is the first card in a cycle. Alliances featured a set, I think it was the first time it was ever done this way, where you could have a card of each color that you could play for free, basically, without any mana.
I think Tank's talking about the cards he's got.
Most of them are from 2001 to 2003, but there are some 94, 95, 96, 97. Yeah, that sounds like a good little selection there. Where are we? Yeah, so this was one of the cards you could play for free, even if you were tapped out, which is really handy to respond to nasty surprises your opponent does, or if your opponent's trying to do something on the first turn when you haven't even got to play yet. The old classic example of that is someone drops a Black Lotus and casts Channel and a Mountain and plays Fireball and gives up 19 points of life to be able to fireball you for 20 before you even get a turn. Well, if you happen to have this in your hand, you could remove a white card in your hand from the game instead of paying Scars of the Veteran's mana cost and prevent up to 7 damage to target creature or players. You could prevent 7 of that 20 fireball to your face that was coming in, leaving you at 13. Leaving you at 7 life, so you'd still be alive at 7. Your opponent would be down to 1 life, and now it's my turn. In a much better position than just losing. And for each 1 damage prevented to a creature by Scars of the Veteran, put a +0/+1 counter on that creature at end of turn. So that creature toughens up if its damage is prevented this way, which I used to love using Scars of the Veteran on Veteran Bodyguard. Because Veteran Bodyguard, if there's any creatures that are attacking you and unblocked, the damage instead goes to the Bodyguard, which is its base stats are 2/5.
Lindsay is asking you a question.
Does it have protection from colorless? Does it have protection from colorless? Does what have protection from colorless?
I'm assuming a card you were talking about.
No. I don't remember many cards that have protection from colorless, unless they came out and started to do that with Eldrazi or something. That's not a protection that I remember overly. I remember protection from artifacts. I remember protection from the colors or from goblins or something.
Eye is really dry.
But this could, like I said, if I use it on my Veteran Bodyguard, and if I was able to prevent the full 7 damage, all of a sudden my 2/5 Bodyguard that would take all the hits for me becomes a 2/12 Bodyguard that could take a lot more hits for me. It was fun and it was very thematic, since Scars of the Veteran on a Veteran Bodyguard just seemed so fitting. The art also reminds me a little bit of the Anhava Constable from Homelands. But this is the first card in the cycle. It's one that I used quite regularly, but I don't know of a lot of other people who did. But it could stop a first turn kill in certain situations too. So in that sense, it was more useful than I think any of the others, except for Force of Will, wouldn't be able to save you in that sort of scenario. So, but this one could. Next, Season's Tactician. 3 mana for a 1/3 creature. You can pay 3, remove the top 4 cards of your library from the game to prevent all damage to you from one source. Again, it has to be just to you. A 1/3 isn't horrible for a 3 drop at the time, but it's certainly not great either. And that paying 3 and removing the top 4 cards of your library is an awful steep ability. I don't know a lot of people who ran this card in any sort of constructed deck. But if you had it in draft, I mean, it's not bad. It's certainly splashable, and, you could do worse. The benefits of peace far outweigh the pride of generals. And then we've got Sustaining Spirit. This card, it was interesting when it first came out because it was basically they redid Ali from Cairo and tried to make it more fair and playable. Ali from Cairo was really strong against decks that didn't run creature removal, but people soon realized that you needed to run creature removal in most decks anyway, so that situation didn't come up a whole lot. Sustaining Spirit, a 2-cost 0/3 with cumulative upkeep of 2 to begin. Any damage that would reduce your life total to less than 1 instead reduces it to 1. So it keeps you from dying, but at that cumulative upkeep rate, 2, 4, 6, 8, yeah, it's not staying around a whole lot of time. It's interesting, but it wasn't really good enough to see play anywhere that I recall. Not seriously. Faith is our greatest protector. The artist here, Rebecca Gay, she actually, I remember I had a comic book that came with a Sarah Angel with new art by her, and the whole comic book featured, Frozen Shade and Skaith zombies and a lord who was consumed by greed, and there was a Singir vampire. There was all kinds of classic cards from Alpha Beta in it that were redone by her and the art style in it. It was great fun. I wonder if I can find that one day. That would be interesting to go over. I haven't seen it in a while. Solemnity could be a similar card, but I'm not sure. It's not one from this set anyway. Next card that's missing here that I wasn't able to find a copy. Oh, I'm racking my brain. What was the other card I was missing from White?
Where did I put that notebook?
Anyway. Unlikely Alliance. We'll come back to it if we remember. It makes it where nothing gains counters. Yeah, that... Oh, that's right. They changed the stupid rules for cumulative upkeep so that it works with counters now. Yeah, they keep changing how things work. When cumulative upkeep first came out, it didn't deal with counters, so...
Which color was it?
It's not something...
The white?
Yeah, white. What was the second color I was missing? Sworn Defender. That was there. That was basically just... I think it started as like a 1/3 for 4, and you could pay mana when it fought anything to make its power equal to 1 less than what it was fighting's toughness, so not quite enough to kill it, but its toughness became to 1 more than the thing it was fighting's power, so it would live, which was interesting. Depending what you're fighting, it could get big and then be more useful later, but again, it's a card that I'm sure I have a copy of somewhere. I've seen it around at some point, but I couldn't find it when I was digging around this weekend. Unlikely Alliance. So, this card gives you another enchantment, costs 2, and you can pay 2, target non-attacking, non-blocking creature gets +0/+2 until end of turn. So, you can't do it during an attack. You'd have to do it before you decided to attack. And I suppose you could use it with something like Psionic Entity, which taps to do 2 damage to any target and 3 damage to itself. And this you could use to give it extra toughness so that it wouldn't kill itself or something. It's an interesting card, but it never saw much play that I can recall. Strange alliances are alliances still and provide the same protection. It is a funny piece of art from Phil Foglio. He and his wife Cage have provided a lot of fun arts at times. So that's one of the nice things about this card anyway. Next we're on to the last pair of white cards, the Wildest Theer, and there's two arts again for this. This is again the birds that the Sky Knights and Sky Captains for Keldror used to ride around. Sky Knight back in Ice Age was the same casting cost for a 1/1 that had flying, banding, and first strike. So the S-Theer here, same size, same casting cost. You don't have the rider, just the bird, and it's flying first strike, so it loses banding. And instead, you can pay 2 white, +2/+0 until end of turn, which on a first striker is nice. But you can only do that once a turn. And in the high Carpusian death is swift and razor clawed. Quote from Sky Captain. And the other one, a little bit more abstract. You can't see the bird in as much detail, but you see it going to its nest there. What barbarian secrets do they spy from their lofty perch? General Varchild. Nice.
Thanks, milestone.
Yep, that's good. Congratulations, Tank. Next, we're on to Arcane Denial. Arcane Denial was the second most famous counterspell from this set. It saw a fair bit of play.
The art is really, really neat on this set.
It is. That Richard Kane Ferguson guy, his art style is quite unique, and you see it on a few well-known cards. This one has got two arts. One with the guy with the axe out front.
Even though that one right there is kind of creepy, it still looks really neat. Like,
yeah, they do.
And it kind of takes a little bit of the creepiness away by how good the art is. I don't know.
Arcane Denial is a hard counterspell for a blue and a colorless, which is a little bit cheaper than what they wanted to generally give counterspells for. Even back in the day, the base counterspell in Alpha was 2 blue. So this is a little easier to cast than the base counterspell. Now, it's not without its drawbacks. Counter target spell, hard counter, like I said. That spell's caster may draw up to 2 cards at the beginning of the next turn's upkeep. So you're giving away card advantage by doing this, but you also get to draw a card at the beginning of the next turn's upkeep. So you stop whatever they're doing, they get to draw 2 cards at the start of the next turn, but you get to draw one as well. So that does take some of the edge off it, for sure. The interesting thing with this, I remember people discussing, was, hey, I could counter my own spell. If I've got something that's useless sitting in my hand, that costs just like 1 mana or something, and I really need something else, well, I can counter my own spell with Arcane Denial. I used up 2 cards, but that spell's caster is me, so I get to draw 2 cards at the beginning of the next turn's upkeep and 1 card at the next turn's upkeep. So it takes you 2 cards to do, but you can draw 3 back, which helps you dig if you're desperate to dig for something. Usually it was just used as a counterspell, though, and you'd take your 1 card draw and give the option for them to draw 2 if they want as well, which they virtually always did unless they were about to run out of cards or something bizarre like that. Next, we have Awesome Presence, and again, there's 2 arts for this one. Fairly monstrous in their forms, but Awesome Presence. Enchant creature for 1 blue. Enchanted creature cannot be blocked unless defending player pays an additional 3 for each creature assigned to block enchanted creature. Whatever is going to block it needs some extra motivation there. At the core of all power is raw passion. General Aegis' daughter. And I shape my weapons from the fears of my enemies.
Did you see Derek's question he asked earlier?
Keeper Fisherhorn. Probably not. I might have missed it.
Question, what do you think of Thawing Glacier from that set?
I loved Thawing Glaciers. I used to use it quite a bit.
I stepped away for a minute, so I missed the question.
It's kind of like an original, like the first version they came out with of a fetch land, except it's a little narrower and a little slower. But over time, it could really get you some card advantage, and it could also help thin your deck of lands so that you're drawing more useful cards later in the game. So it was great. It wasn't something I would run 4 copies of in a deck, but I would often throw in 1 for sure, and I might even go as high as 2 in some situations. But generally speaking, yeah, it's a card I was happy to throw 1 into a deck, especially a deck where, you would... The game was a little slower back then, so you had more time to work with stuff like that, and it could help you get up to the bigger casting costs. Now, Benthic Explorers. This was something really neat back in the day, because this was the biggest merfolk ever printed at the time it was printed. Getting a 2/4 merfolk for 4 mana. If you were making a merfolk deck, and remember we mentioned that they were starting to have enough stuff after the Dark and Fallen Empires to do that. In Alpha and Beta you had Merfolk of the Pearl Trident and Lord of Atlantis. But then you started to get your Voldovian soldiers, your River Merfolk, your Merfolk Assassin. These were mostly 1/2 or 2/1 creatures for 2. Thank you, I greatly enjoy it and remember aught from when I started playing.
Probably it.
Yep. Yeah, Thawing Glaciers was a strong card from this set, to be sure. I think it showed up in tournament decks at the time for a while. Not super commonly, but it certainly did see play. So yeah, Benthic Explorers. If you wanted to try to run a Merfolk deck, this was the beefiest Merfolk you could find at the time. 2/4 for 4. Not great stats as far as just general creature go, but if you've got a Lord of Atlantis in play, hey, that's a 3/5 with Island Walk. So, that's something. And you can tap it, untap, target taps land an opponent controls to add 1 mana of any type that land produces to your mana pool. So, you could untap one of your opponent's lands to get mana from it, which is an interesting idea because you're giving him access to it again, but it helps you get access to more mana, and perhaps even the color would be useful in certain decks. It's not a useless ability, but it's not really what you want to be doing with your 4-drop either, most of the time. The rising oceans brought new lakes, new terrors to Tesser. The explorers found their ancient enemies spawning everywhere. Put this page back, and now we're on to the first full page of blue here. And sadly, some more missing cards, if you got that list handy.
Really?
Yeah. Benthic Explorers, here's the other art for the card we just looked at. Distant Atlantis charged these explorers with the task of venturing into unknown waters to track the despised Viscerids. And these, as we'll see in some later cards, this is one of the only times I can remember, outside of something like Time Spiral maybe, where they brought back some of the Homerids and things from Fallen Empires, which was kind of neat to see. Excuse me.
Sorry.
So next, we're into blue here. So this next card that I couldn't find was probably Browse. That's an enchantment for 4, and you can pay 4. Look at the top 5 cards of your library, choose 1, put it into your hand, and discard, I believe, or remove from the game. One of the 2. And it makes a difference, but I just can't remember offhand the other 4 cards. So it lets you dig and find stuff, sure, and it's great, but it can help mill yourself quite quickly if you're using it quite a lot. But as an enchantment, it costs 4. It's reusable for a cost of 4. It's kind of better than Jumonde Tome if you're, looking for specific cards. You just don't want to be using it as often as you would get as much card advantage usually from Jumonde Tome in those early days. And the next card that I'm missing here is Diminishing Returns. Again, both of these, I'm sure I have copies of. I just don't know where they are. It's rather frustrating.
We can probably do when we find them eventually, just kind of like a quick video.
Maybe. Diminishing Returns was basically what they tried to do is fix Time Twister. So it cost 1 more. It was 2 blue and 2, so 4 for a sorcery. And you'd shuffle up your graveyard, your hand, and your library, and then you had to remove 10 cards from your deck from the game before you got to draw your 7. And your opponent, I don't think, was forced to draw 7 and do the same. They did the same with the shuffling up, but they could draw up to 7 cards. They weren't forced to. So I think that was another difference. I could be getting that mixed up with a different card, but Diminishing Returns, it was solid. I mean, it's still a draw 7 for 4. It saw play, and it still does, but that's a real downside to have to discard or remove from the game 10 cards from your deck. If there's a certain card you're looking for, and you've only got, a limited number of copies, you could get unlucky, and all of a sudden, that card's no longer in your deck anymore. Next, we have the 2 lovely arts here for False Demise. Creature Enchantment for 3. If enchanted creature is put into the graveyard, return that creature to play under your control as though it were just cast. So you could put these on your creature, you could put this on your opponent's creature, and then kill it and gain control of it. It was pretty flexible that way. Once you did gain control of it, they couldn't disenchant it like something like a control magic, but it was more setup. I used to toy around with these. I think I preferred this artwork. But it was never a main component of any of my decks. It was just a fun toy to play with. I remember these cards so well because, like I said, it was sort of the formative part of my... I was getting into it more. I'd started to build up more of a collection. Alliances was finally a set that seemed to be pushing the envelope of power back a little bit. It had a lot of sets that seemed a lot weaker than the original Alpha and Arabian Nights, and early sets had a lot of strong cards, and they had a lot of weak cards too. But it was neat to see them experimenting and do more neat things. And so Alliances was very popular. When the set first came out, you could buy packs for, I think it was $2.50 a pack in Canada. And it sold out right away, and then to get packs after that, the price jumped to like $6 a pack, and I don't even want to think what it's at now, but at the time, that was Canadian, and at the time, $6 a pack was more than what you'd pay for, a pack of 4th edition would probably be about $4 or $5. $6 a pack, you were talking about how much you'd pay for a pack of The Dark 2 years later, or a pack of probably might be able to find something like Foreign Language Revised if you dug around a lot. Next, the most famous card in the set. This used to be the most expensive card in the set too, and it's not even a rare, it's an uncommon, but it's just so good that every tournament deck wanted to run a play set of 4. And yeah, it's the blue card that you can play for free by discarding a card, like Scars of the Veteran. Except blue, the stronger ones, they made you pay a life as well as remove a card of the same color from your hand instead of paying the casting cost. And this is just straight up a hard counter spell. Hard counterspell for 5, not great to just hard cast it. There are times you want to, because you don't want to have to discard another card if you've got the mana available late in the game. But early in the game, this is just great because it can stop some early game shenanigans, or if you happen to be tapped out for something, you're still in the game. You can still stop something if it's going to be really problematic with this. It is a really strong card and helped give blue that early game answer that it was otherwise lacking for a long time. Oh, I need to be careful about that, eh? The cards are shifting up in the window more than I realized. I'm trying to keep them a little lower now. But, yeah, good old Therese Nielsen. This is a classic by far. Unfortunately, that first set of alliances that I built, when I traded it away, it obviously included one of my Force of Wills, and I had a playset exactly of Force of Will. At the time, it was initially I think it was something like a $2.50 card, and then it went up to probably a $6 card. But over time, the price just kept creeping up. It's come down now because they have decided to start reprinting it every so often and make it more available, which I can understand. Although I do find it a little disappointing as an original series owner. But yeah, after I got traded in that set of alliances that I built, I was short of Force of Will. I was down to 3 copies, not a full playset, for a long time. And it wasn't until I cut a bit of a deal on a big purchase with the store years later that I had, hey, I think it was up to a $25 card then. And I, all of a sudden, because I got a bit of a deal on the other purchase, I had the extra $25 sitting there, and they had a Force of Will available in the case, and I was sitting at 3 for a long time, so I was like, I can just sort of work it into that deal I made, and I didn't feel so bad that way, getting my playset back. So, been a long time coming in some respects. But certainly a very strong card. There's not really much else to say about it, just the flexibility of being able to cast it whenever. And a hard counter is always a great option to have. So, there you go. Even if you are technically giving up card advantage to do it. Next we got Foresight. 2 lovely artworks again for this card. Pay 2 as a sorcery. Search your library for any 3 cards and remove them from the game. Shuffle your library afterwards. Draw a card at the beginning of the next card's upkeep. This card was largely maligned. I mean, the art's nice. You get to draw a card, so it doesn't really cost you a card. Search your library for any 3 cards and remove them from the game, and then shuffle your library is not a great effect. I mean, if you're playing a lot of sideboard cards that, attack a certain color or something, and your opponent's not using that color, well, you can get them out of the way so you don't have to worry about drawing them later. That's about the best possible thing you could do with this. Or thin out your deck, get rid of some lands if you're already set for land, maybe. I think people used to joke that you just go get your other 3 copies of Foresight if you're playing a playset and get them out of your own deck so you don't have to worry about it, so it's a way to reduce your deck size. This was... Yeah, it never really took off, at least in my area. We never found a good use for it. It just seemed to be a card that did nothing. So...
Which one?
Foresight.
Okay.
I mean, they can't all be hits. Latinam's Legacy. Again, 2 arts for this one, I believe. Yep. So this costs you 2 as an instant. Choose a card from your hand and shuffle that card into your library to draw 2 cards at the beginning of the next turn's upkeep. So this, at least you're drawing 2 cards for the 1 card you're shuffling back that you're not finding useful right now. It does a little bit more. People still didn't use this, I don't think. It just seemed like more overhead, and you had to wait until the next turn's upkeep to get your cards, and I don't remember this being used very much, but it was certainly more interesting than the Foresight was. Latinam has bequeathed us its secrets. With them we shall attain true enlightenment. And the other version. All knowledge of Latnam could not protect. All the knowledge of Latnam could not protect its sages from the brothers' war. Yeah, war affects a lot. Now the last blue card here that I wasn't able to find, which I again remember having one somewhere, but was Library of Latnam. This was a 5-cost card, which gave you the option as a sorcery of either searching your deck for a card and putting it into your hand, so it was either Demonic Tutor or draw 3 cards. Both strong effects, and getting the choice of them is certainly good. Search your deck for any card you want and put it in your hand, or just draw 3 cards. But for 5, it's not as good. I mean, it certainly saw play. I remember using this card. I remember others, but it's not super powerful.
You're
like
on
the 2
just
card
this,
that it's.
right?
I mean, yeah, I'm on the blank here.
Okay.
That
Oh, you're looking. Okay,
we're
you're talking about
missing
the
a card.
Sorry.
So yeah, that was that one. I'm glad I remember some of these so well, just because I spent so much time working with this set. But, it was a fun set, and I just loved it.
That's right. Mario stickers all over the house.
Phantasmal Sphere. This card wasn't that great, from what I recall. Summon Phantasm, so, back decades later when they made Phantasm decks or Illusion decks or whatever, it probably, might slot into one of those, but a 0/1 base stats for 2 mana, flying. At the beginning of your upkeep, put a +1/+1 counter on Phantasmal Sphere. During your upkeep, pay 1 for each of these +1/+1 counters, or bury Phantasmal Sphere. If Phantasmal Sphere leaves play, put an orb token into play under target opponent's control. Treat this token as a star blue creature with flying, where star is equal to the number of +1/+1 counters on Phantasmal Sphere. So, it's got basically cumulative upkeep, and it grows each turn with the cumulative upkeep, which is interesting as far as it goes, but it's going to cost you a fair supply of mana and eventually die on you. That's not bad as far as an idea, but it's never saw much play because of that second clause. When it does go, your opponent gets a creature that's just about as big as it was. It doesn't have the original +0/+1. Or 0/1, it's just the counters, but yeah, that's still a big nasty to be giving your opponent if it lived for long enough to be relevant, so I don't know people who played this one much.
The art is neat on that, though.
It is neat art. Next, we've got the Soldevai Heretics, and again, we've got 2 arts. And again, it's a card that encouraged multicolor play. So you get a 2/2 for 3, a blue and 2 colorless. And you can pay a white and tap it, prevent 2 damage to any creature. Or up to 2 damage to any creature. Target opponent may draw a card. And that's the... You're already forced to play a second color, and you're allowing your opponent to draw a card. So you have to be really choosy as to when it's worthwhile to prevent that damage to any creature. If you're saving your creature, sometimes letting them draw a card is worth it. You keep the tempo up, you still have your threat, which you might otherwise lose, but yeah, generally speaking, giving your opponent card draws is not something you want to be doing much if you can help it, but it's not a useless ability by any means. In the arms of tragedy, there is little comfort in being right. Sorin Relicbane. And this one is, it cannot be. Soldev crushed, and my machines to blame? From Akim Dagson. Next is Soldevai Sage. And again, there's 2 arts for this. This one I used to use fairly regularly for a while. It's a 1/1 for 2. Not too expensive. You can tap it, sacrifice 2 lands to draw 3 cards. Choose and discard one of those cards. So, you're giving up 2 lands to draw 2 cards. Obviously, this is not something you want to be doing in the early game. But late game, if you need more gas and you've got more than enough land that you don't need, this can really help get you some more cards. Sacrifice 2 lands to draw 3 cards. Choose and discard one of those cards. So you get to filter a bit, but basically you're getting 2 cards for your 2 lands. Yeah, like I said, I used to often throw 1 or 2 of these in the deck just for the late game. If things were starting to bog down and I had more than enough land that I need, sure, more cards. I found it helpful. And here's the other art. Just forgot the flavor text. To hide the truth is more than folly, it is fatal. And here's our other sage in the library. Our underground archives grow daily, as our excavators and sages alike dig to uncover hidden wonders. Akum Dagson. I always loved this classic blue border, by the way. Looks just like marbled stone in a blue color. Oh man, I love this. Especially, well, I mean, it's pale in revised, it's darker here, but it still has that nice stonework sort of texture to it. The modern card frames, I just don't see them as anywhere near as appealing ever since they brought them in Mirrodin. I just find them disappointing. Sorry, I get sidetracked on details like the spiny starfish.
I like that card.
Some people say it's a little bit like Wall of Kelp from Homelands.
Art-wise, I like it.
Yeah, it's kind of cute. You get a 0/1 starfish for 3. You can pay a blue to regenerate. And at the end of any turn in which spiny starfish regenerated, put a starfish token into play for each time it regenerated that turn. Treat these tokens as 0/1 blue creatures. So, I think it wasn't just putting a regeneration trigger on the stack that gave you the token. I think it actually had to die and regenerate using that, so that it prevented it from dying to get the token. But it was a way to amass a bunch of little 0/1 blue starfish that, if you had a bunch of them, and you could either use them as sacrifice fodder, or you could use something like a sunken city to make them bigger. It took a lot of work. It was kind of a fun idea, but not really strong in terms of play. I think Stormcrow is a bit of a meme for some reasons. I don't know if it's just because of Gandalf or what, but it's your basic 1/2 flying for 2. Watch for it. Right on its tail feathers will be a storm from your nightmares. Arna, Sky Captain. And there's, of course, 2 artworks for this common crow. Trying to do 2 things at once here. Put the pages back in. Other one is very similar. I should have them side by side, so I shouldn't have put that page in here.
The size kind of like...
compare. But yeah, same bird, just facing different directions basically for the art. I mean, a basic 2/1 flying for 2 is pretty lousy now, but back in the day it wasn't horrible. You'd still probably be better off with getting a Zephyr Falcon, which is a 1/1 flying for 2 that doesn't tap to attack, but I mean, yeah, it's just not very interesting. It's pretty basic. Not horrible, but not great. And it tells you that the worst is coming. Do you listen? From the Barbarian Chieftain again. Next we have Storm Elemental. Storm Elemental, from what I've heard, the designers of this set really didn't like the whole snowlands and snowland mechanics that were in Ice Age, and they were not planning on using them. But at the last minute, to make it more consistent with, Ice Age mechanically, there were some cards forced in that would use, or adapted, that would use snow-covered lands, effects, or abilities, just some way to make it tie in a little bit more and better. Of course, by the time they got to Cold Snap, they used that a lot, and it became a major theme in Cold Snap. Honestly, if I ever did get the opportunity, I would love to draft this where you get a starter deck of Ice Age, 1 pack of Alliances, and 2 packs of Cold Snap. I think that would be a good amount um, to either draft. Well, if you're drafting, you'd probably be better with Ice Age boosters, and probably you could get away with 2 instead of 3. But as a sealed pool to build a deck, I think you'd want an Ice Age starter, a pack of Alliances, and 2 packs of Cold Snap. If you could ever get all that together, because good luck finding all that, even back when Cold Snap came out, and most especially now. It's just getting so hard to find sealed product. Anyway, Storm Elemental here, 6 cost, 1 blue and 5 for a 3/4 flying. Usually, again, this is still in the era where Mahamati Djinn was around, so that was a 5/6 flying for 6. Or Sibilant Spirit in Ice Age, again a 5/6 flying for 6, but that one had a downside. So that's pretty small. There were still 4/4 flyers around, not in Ice Age so much, but in the main set, 4th edition or whatever, for 5. So this one had an uphill climb just on its statistics. First ability, remove the top card of your library from the game. It's a tap target creature with flying. I mean, it sure could be useful if your opponent's got a lot of flying creatures. You are, again, milling yourself, which is a semi, theme in this deck. And remove the top card of your library from the game. If that card is a snow-covered land, Storm Elemental gets +1/+1 until end of turn. So it can pump itself. If all your land in the deck are snow-covered, that's still going to be, maybe a hair better than 1 time in 3, unless you can set it up deliberately that you use this ability that you actually get the +1/+1 buff until end of turn. You can almost always find something better than this. I mean, when we had limited card pools, this was something we would consider, but as soon as we had access to air elementals, it's just better than this card 9 times out of 10. So that's what got used more often. Next, we got Suffocation. So here, this card used to see a little bit of play in sideboards and things, as I recall. Instant for a blue and a colorless. Play only when a red sorcery or instant deals damage to you. So if your opponent's playing red burn, this could be handy. Suffocation deals 4 damage to that spell's caster. Draw a card at the beginning of the next turn's upkeep. Alright, so if you hit me with a red burn spell, this slaps you back in the face for 4, and then I get to draw a card to replace it. It's very narrow. Red burn is fairly common as far as strategies went at the time. So there's that, but yeah, it wasn't a big player. It was, if you were going to run it, it was just a couple copies in the sideboard just to nitpick somebody. Now this, at the time it was first printed, people looked at this and went, that's garbage. This card can kill you.
Get tank.
But there have been combos that have come out since that have driven up some demand for this card just for its ability to get rid of your library, and then something like Laboratory Maniac can win you the game. So there are combos now where this card can actually be used to win. But back when it was first printed, pretty stinking lousy, and pretty freaky art, to be honest. Thought Lash. An enchantment for 4, 2 blue and 2. Cumulative upkeep, remove the top card of your library from the game. If you do not, remove your library from the game and bury Thought Lash. So if you can't pay the cumulative upkeep anymore, your whole deck just goes, which means next time you try and draw a card, you're going to lose. Unless you've got something like a Laboratory Maniac, which can turn that on its head, but that didn't exist for years when they printed this.
Tank is asking what he missed. I don't know what he missed.
You've missed most of blue, and yeah, I don't know if you were gone before we finished white. Anyway, remove the top card of your library from the game, so even its ability is shrinking your library to prevent 1 damage to you. So it can't prevent damage to your creatures or anything, it's just to you. So it can keep you alive in that sense for a little while, but then it eats your deck, and you can't draw cards, so you die. I don't know anyone who seriously tried to make a go of this until those other cards that comboed with it came out years later. This was a nothing rare that nobody wanted, and then all of a sudden, people who wanted to try that combo were loving this card because it was one of the easiest ways to get rid of your library. There's probably better ways now, but it's still a combo that can work for people if you're so inclined. Tidal Control. 2 blue and 1 colorless. Cumulative upkeep 2. Any pair may pay 2 or 2 life to counter target red or green spell. Play this ability as an interrupt. Effects that prevent or redirect damage cannot be used to counter this loss of life. So, it's kind of a multiplayer card because it gives this ability to any player. And it's a color hoser that can hit red or green spells. So it's interesting. It won't be around too long because cumulative upkeep of 2 gets high in a hurry if you're paying 2, 4, 6, 8. That's an awful lot of mana to be just paying to keep a spell card around.
Becca's talking about other collabs that Magic is going to be doing.
Yeah, I think they've just released the Assassin's Creed collaboration. I never got into the Assassin's Creed games, so I don't know a whole lot about it. I know there was some hype about some of the cards from the Doctor Who collaboration, if you're people who are into that.
That could have been interesting to open.
It could have been interesting. And they've done a whole lot of those crossover Worlds Beyond, or whatever they call them. Most of them don't really interest me. I mentioned at the end of last stream, I looked at the Transformers stuff a bit. Yeah, Princess Bride was kind of neat. That was a Secret Lair product, so it was a little different than a set. But anyway, so there's Tidal Control. And you can see our picture of the sort of crab hominid type folks in there. Then we've got Viscerid Armor, and there's 2 arts for this as well. So Viscerids, again, you're getting back basically into hominids from Homelands, more of these crab lobster type folks. So this is an enchantment for a blue and a colorless. Enchanted creature gets +1/+1. And you can pay a blue and a colorless to return it to owner's hand. So, it's kind of like the Keljoran Pride in a way. That you just shifted from creature to creature, which is a bit more efficient, assuming you have other creatures on the board. This one comes back to your hand and you have to replay it, and whatever. The stat boost isn't quite as big either. But, as far as enchant creatures go, that was the old problem with them early on, was it was investing a lot into a creature, and if that creature died, you get 2 for 1, basically. Whereas this could prevent that, in theory, even if it was a smaller boost that's not as effective. It was at least interesting to consider on that front, but not the strongest of cards.
I have a question for you and for chat.
If you could pick any 3 cards in the history of Magic the Gathering, what cards would you love to own?
And they're ones that you don't own.
Ones that I don't own. Wow, what a good question. I wish they had reprinted Word of Command in the Lord of the Rings set. I understand it's on the reserve list, but it's a quote directly from the book that Gandalf had to issue a Word of Command when he was fleeing the Balrog, and I think that would have been a cool fit. I kind of wish I had a Bazaar of Baghdad. It was always such a stinker card until they came out with Dredge, and then it went through the roof, and it was just so expensive. I never got the chance to get one. Arabian Nights is a cool set. It's cool because they're actual bazaars that, I actually visited one when I was younger, and that would be fun to have one of those. What else that I don't? Probably, again, why not go big? Mishra's Workshop. It was always a good card, but narrow, and it's just gone through the roof, so that I have no hope of ever getting one. But Mishra's Workshop, a land that you can tap for 3 that you have to use on artifacts, you can build around that. It's strong, it's fun, and it's themed to the early Brothers War stuff, so I like it.
I would love to hear what their wish list would be too.
That would be fun.
Tank has a different question that's not related.
So if Star Wars happened a long time ago and Star Trek is in the future, what star are we at now? Reality, I guess.
Walsh says star capitalism.
Yeah. Would you have to do some research, but probably JC stuff.
Or is that Jace?
I don't know. Sounds about right, Cullen. Yeah, I guess. One viscerid death is often another's gain, so this is about the swapping the armor around, which, I guess sort of makes sense. And then we're into an actual Humrid creature. Viscerid Drone. And this is another one that they shoehorned in there to get some snow-covered land action going on.
Yeah, you meant Jace. I think he spelled it wrong.
Yeah. So 2 cost, 1 in a blue for a 1/2. Pretty average on that. But the ability is interesting. Tap it and sacrifice a creature and a swamp. So you're 2 for 1 of yourself, but to bury target non-artifact creature. That's big. Just, any non-artifact creature. Artifact creatures are usually a little easier to get rid of because you can destroy them with artifact removal or creature removal, but this one avoids that. So just colored regular creatures, basically, at the time. And you have to sacrifice a land and a creature, but you can just get rid of things. And there are cards that make little tokens and stuff around. Yeah, this could be certainly useful, and it's not that expensive. So sacrifice a creature and a snow-covered swamp to bury target creature. And then you get around, if you got snow-covered lands, you get around the non-artifact clause. So not all Tossier's flooding was natural. So apparently these guys were helping it along. And then we got the Balduvian Dead. I had to go digging and find this one in one of my decks because I think I had this in a deck with other creatures that would come back from the graveyard type stuff like Nether Shadows and Ashen Ghouls and other old school stuff that did that sort of thing. Anyway, Balduvian Dead, a 2/3 zombie for 4. Not the best rate, but not horrible. And again, it's designed to work with another color here, so you got red in its ability. Pay 3, remove target summon card from your creature card now, because they've changed the formatting, but all creatures had summon instead of creature at the start there. From the game, to put a Graveborn token into play, treat this token as a 3/1 black and red creature that can attack the turn it comes into play, so haste in the modern terminology. Bury the Graveborn token at end of turn. So you pay 3, you get a 3/1 haste creature that can swing in if they weren't expecting it and there's an opening. You can do this a couple times potentially if there's creatures to remove in your graveyard. It could be hard hitting. But yeah, they die at end of turn, so it's not going to build you up an army or anything. Still shows you some barbarians who've become zombies, which is kind of neat in its own way. And that starts us into black. So next we have Casting Bones. And that's an enchant creature for a black and 2, so 3. Enchanted creature. If enchanted creature is put into the graveyard, draw 3 cards. Choose and discard one of those cards. Whether whole or not, we still serve Limdul's wishes. So, again, this is one of those creature enchantments that if you're worried about getting 2 for 1, this is designed to sort of fight that problem with creature enchantments. Because if the creature it does nothing unless the creature dies. But if the creature dies, you get to draw 3 cards and choose and discard one. So,
I'm kind of curious what your brother would say to that question.
oh, I'm curious too in some respect. But yeah. Yeah, those are all cards that I would kind of wish I had a copy of. I mean, you could always just go for the biggest money cards possible, which I did a little bit of that as well, but yeah, that's just interesting. Anyway.
Sorry.
Only a necromancer would create such a foul form of divination. There's the quote on that one. Next, we have Black's card, which could be played for free by discarding a black card. And this is another one that you have to pay a life as well, because it was deemed one of the stronger ones. And it did see play even in tournaments. You may pay 1 life and remove a black card in your hand from the game, instead of playing Contagion's casting cost. Effects that prevent or current damage cannot be used to counter this loss of life. And put 2 -2/-1 counters distributed any way you choose on any number of target creatures. So you could use this and kill off 2 1 toughness creatures, or cripple something like a Sarah Angel from a 4/4 down to a 0/2. Yeah, it could be quite useful. You could potentially, if you're getting rid of 2 small things or low toughness creatures, or even because it's an instant as a combat trick, you could get extra value out of it that way by surprisingly shrinking 2 of your opponent's creatures that are fighting your creatures or something. You could get a lot of value out of this effect. And you could play it either for 5 or by paying a life and discarding another black card.
Lucas?
So it had options, and you could usually find a way to make this quite worthwhile. It was considered one of the better ones. It's not my personal favorite, but I certainly see its usefulness, and I certainly did play it from time to time. Force of Will was obviously the number 1 choice. This was probably most likely considered number 2 by most people, but
Go put your iPad in.
But I use Scars of the Veteran just as often, I would say, and occasionally I would use the red one as well. Probably the one I used the least was the green one, which we'll get to. Yeah, it would be some Jace the Mind Sculptor. Yeah, Jace the Mind Sculptor was for a long time considered an overpowered planeswalker, or very, very strong anyway. I was lucky enough to get one in its original printing, and I think I found a second one much later on, but it is a strong card. They're probably better planeswalkers now because everything seems to power creep, but what color and type would Barry add to Magic the Gathering? Adding new colors, eh? I think they toyed with that idea a couple times and could never get it to really work. I'm not sure what you mean by type. Like creature type? Card type? I don't know. It's hard to add an extra color. They've done a lot. You know, they sort of made colorless its own color with the Eldrazi. That's the closest thing I can think of. I've heard the idea as an April Fool's joke or something that they were thinking of adding purple. I don't know. I just don't think it would really work the way they've got the
Is there a silver color?
color wheel balanced and stuff. Well, silver cards are usually what they use for artifacts now.
Okay.
They used to be brown and after mirrored, and they made them sort of silver colored.
Okay.
Diseased vermin, like swamp plains and whatnot. So a new type of land. Well, deserts were sort of a colorless land they tried early on to add a new type. It's really hard to think what new sort of biome type thing you could add. that's not. I mean, most of them they're treated as either their own thing or related to one color already, or sometimes related to two colors, like the dual lands. It's hard. I mean, coming from Canada, I could think of maybe ice, do an ice theme, but that they sort of did that with Snowlands and Snow Mana in Cold Snap, which is again related to this set.
I mean, I know forests
That
are
was sort
forests,
of
but would rainforest type
the closest thing I could think of, and
Would
it's
rainforest
kind of
thing
already
be-
been done. Sorry.
would rainforest type thing be counted as forests?
Yeah, usually.
What about like an undersea option?
Purple could be used for blue or red mana. Yeah, kinda. It'd be interesting. They toyed with Phyrexian mana too. They've done a few things where they tried different things with mana. I mean, I suppose if you look at the colors in the color wheel, there's no yellow. You could do yellow.
What about like an under the sea, like an ocean?
Well, that sort of blues thing is the watery stuff.
No, but that's like
Yeah.
islands, though, right? Not
Kinda.
like what if they did like an Atlantis type
I think it would just be
deck?
blue.
And, I don't
That's
know.
where all the merfolk are and stuff. Anyway, I don't know. Anyway, it's a neat thought, but they haven't been able to figure out a way to make it work, and they have had people thinking of similar stuff. So I'm not convinced I could come up with anything
Or like
really
an
good.
air element.
Yeah, maybe. Anyway, diseased vermin, more rats. As you remember Bog Rat from the Dark, and you remember Plague Rat from Alpha, well, here's a 1/1 for 3, so same rate as a Plague Rat. During your upkeep, diseased vermin deals 1 damage to a single target opponent it has previously damaged for each infection counter on diseased vermin. If diseased vermin damages a player in combat, put an infection counter on it. So this starts to add up if it's unopposed. If your opponent doesn't have a way to deal with a 1/1 creature and it just gets in there and hits them a couple of times, all of a sudden the infection starts to grow, and this thing just starts dealing extra damage every turn to that person. It can be nasty, but it's a 1/1 creature for 3. They can usually find something to deal with it. Well, have a good night, and yeah, I hope you have a good rest, and thanks for coming out, Tank. It's been great to have you participate. I'm sorry I don't have a good answer for that question you asked. I really don't.
Maybe with some more thought.
Maybe,
Right,
but
revisit.
it's hard to think of something like that on the spot. And like I said, people with more experience than me have tried, and nothing that I've heard of has really worked. Dystopia, another color hoser with cumulative upkeep, 1 life. Costs you 3 for an enchantment, 2 black. During each player's upkeep, if that player controls any green or white permanents, so any type of permanent, he or she sacrifices a green or white permanent. So it just makes them keep sacrificing things. It's a good thing that it has cumulative upkeep, because otherwise that would be very oppressive. This means that eventually it's going to go away. And your cumulative upkeep, 1 life is, it will slowly get to the point where it's just dealing you too much damage. Sucking too much of your life. But it's definitely saw play at time to time because, yeah, it's good against 2 other colors, and
Good evening,
destroying
I am a hater.
making them sacrifice permanents is a big effect. Yeah, well.
Card games are bad.
Yeah, well, they certainly can be habit forming, and but I like them because they don't need batteries, and they're social. You can just sit down and play with somebody. They are badly overcosted most of the time, I'm afraid, but it's possible to build cheap decks out of common bins and things and avoid that to some degree. And the theme of Magic, yeah, it's not as always the best, but there are other ones out there. I do like Star Trek, as I mentioned earlier, and that's a better theme in some respects.
Chess doesn't require batteries.
True, chess doesn't. It's harder to carry a chessboard in your pocket that's, I find the pocket ones are a little bit too awkward. But I do like chess as well. I certainly, I love board games and things like that too. So yeah, phone. I think cell phones are overrated. I don't have one myself, and I don't want one. And yeah, I know I'm in a minority in that category. Just not a big fan of cell phones and gadgets that need charging all the time. Anyway, thanks for coming. Good evening, though, gentlemen. Be well. You too, Stephen. You've been quite civil, and I appreciate that at least. So, thanks for sharing your opinion. Fatal Lore. 2 black and 2. Sorcery. Target opponent chooses 1. You draw 3 cards, or you choose and bury up to 2 target creatures that opponent controls, and he or she draws up to 3 cards. So, yeah, it's interesting. I mean, you're forcing your opponent to choose, but they're choosing from sort of bad options. It's a little bit awkward a lot of the time, but I don't see it often used, but it can be a nice surprise to play it once in a while. All knowledge has its price. Next, we've got Feast or Famine. This, again, was a first, I think, in Magic the Gathering at the time. It's sort of a modal spell. You've got 2 distinct options when you play this card. It's a little overcosted for either on its own, but you get more value out of being able to choose. You got your 2 arts there. So you're paying 4, a black and 3 for an instant. Bury target non-black, non-artifact creature, or put a zombie token into play. So basically it's terror, and treat this token as a 2/2 black creature. So you get a 2/2 black zombie token. For 4, that's definitely a little bit much. Even back when this card was printed, usually you're expecting to pay 3 for a 2/2. But the fact that you can get a creature or it's a removal spell, those are both useful things. If there's nothing that you have to worry about removing, or that you can remove with it, you've at least got the option to play it as a creature if you get another body out of it. So that's neat. And having this sort of choice on a card was pretty new at the time. So I give it credit for that. I did try using it a bit from time to time, and again, just the usefulness of having the choice is what it comes down to. It's overcosted, yes, but there is something to be said for it. We are not yet free of Limdul's terrors. And the other quote here, the living cannot understand the benefits of death. Next, we got Fevered Strength. And again, there's 2 arts for this one. An instant for 3. Target creature gets +2 attack until end of turn. Draw a card at the beginning of the next turn's upkeep. So, it's a little combat trick for some extra damage. And you get to draw a card to replace it. It is a little more than I would want to pay for that effect. So I didn't use it much. But, I mean, it's not bad. Because, you get your card right back. But usually I found more impactful cards to play. The burst of strength brought on by this plague should not be mistaken for a sign of renewed health.
I have a question.
Your favorite black card? Oh boy. My favorite black card.
Am I asking all the hard questions tonight?
Well, there's so many to choose from. I used to love Drain Life because it was direct damage, it gained you life, it just did a lot. You could use it as a creature removal, you could use it to kill your opponent, but you needed a lot of black mana to make it work. That was one of my favorites for a long time.
Oh no, never mind, I'm just low. I'm good.
But they've made creatures a lot more effective. Hypnotic Spectre was always a nice creature. Dark Ritual. I mean, the game Black revolved around Dark Ritual for so long. They reprinted it in like every base set, every block, right up until at least Urza's Saga. And it's such a good card. That's an option too. I don't know. It's hard to pick. They're so different. But those would be some of the highlights I'd consider anyway. Target creature gets +2/+0 until okay, we already did what it does. This is just for the picture and the other flavor text. The fever clouds the mind as it energizes the body. Both will pass in time. Next, we're on to Insidious Bookworms, and there's 2 arts for this as well.
Which card was the one that you like to play against your brother the most?
I don't know.
am I being a pain in the butt?
Early on, I had fun with Personal Incarnation. It's not that great a card. I had a Mahamati Djinn. That was sort of, my best big flyer and really impactful card, and I loved the art on it.
Or which is the card that your brother hated you playing the most?
Well, that's sort of a different question. I don't know. I love the versatility of Counterspell, too. But
Becca's still here, also watching Void play.
You ever seen books, old books that you open up and there's little holes through the pages? Yeah. Well, that's usually something like a moth or a bookworm that's gotten in there and eaten a hole through the page. Usually,
ouch.
That's what that refers
That's kind
to.
of gross.
It is kind of gross. But you do see that still to this day. 1/1 for 1, so something to do on your first turn. You can pay 2. Target player discards a card at random from his or her hand. Use this ability only when Insidious Bookworms is put into the graveyard from play. You cannot spend more than this in this way each turn, so you can only do it once. But it's a 1/1 for 1, something to do on the first turn, and when they eventually kill it, because it's a 1/1 creature, you can make them discard a card. So, it's not horrible. I think I played with it a couple times. It's just not overly exciting. And I'd rather play a Dark Ritual and go straight to a 3-drop. So, there's that. But it's not horrible. Next, we have Keeper of Treasurehorn. This guy is weird and not great. It's a 6/6 for 6, which is big for this set and this time. It's a sizable creature. The problem is the ability. If Keeper of Treasurehorn attacks and is not blocked, it deals no damage to defending player, and this turn, and that player loses 2 life. Effects that prevent or redirect damage cannot be used to counter this loss of life. So it's direct life loss that can't be prevented. There's something to be said for that, but it's so small. It's only 2 from your 6/6 creature that cost you 6. Honestly, they're not going to bother to fight it most of the time. They're just going to take the 2 and do something better with their 6 mana thing. So this guy wasn't particularly used much that I can think of. Ever. Krovkin Horror. Wait a minute. Didn't we have that? Okay, I got mixed up with Balduvian Dead. Sorry. This is the one that I dug out of the recurring from graveyard type creature decks. So it's a 2/2 for 4. Not wonderful for size. At the end of any turn, if Krovkin Horror is in your graveyard with a summon card directly above it, you may put it into your hand. So, if it's in your graveyard and there's a creature above it, it comes back to your hand. That's nice. Even if it is only a 2/2 for 4, which isn't great for size. You can pay 1 and sacrifice a creature to have Krovkin Horror do 1 damage to target creature or player. So you can time this where you have another creature which you know is going to die. You can sacrifice itself to deal 1 damage to target creature or player, and then use its other ability to get it back. It's very mana intensive. It's not great, but if you're doing a lot of recursive things, yeah, it can be useful. I used to experiment with it a little bit. It's not the strongest recurring type creature, but it's 1 more that if you add to a pile, they can get troublesome. And that ability to do 1 damage to target creature or player, that can sure be useful at times. Krovkin Plague. Here we have an enchant creature for 3. Play on a non-wall creature you control. Draw a card at the beginning of the upkeep of the turn after Provoking Horror comes into play. So it replaces itself, you get another card right away. You can pay 0 and tap enchanted creature to have Provoking Plague deal 1 damage to target creature or player, and put a -0/-1 counter on the enchanted creature. So the creature can make itself weaker to spread the plague around and do damage to any creature or player. You know, if you got a creature with high toughness, yeah, you could potentially do quite a bit with this. But yeah, I mean, it does replace itself, but that's your creature slowly killing itself to do that too. It's hard to make this work very well, in my experience, unless you've got a way to, use counters as food or something. There are counter shifting type decks I've seen over, more recently. Next, we've got Limdul's High Guard. 2 different arts. I like the closer up picture better myself. I just think it looks nicer. The other one's a little bit weird. It's sort of a modified skeleton. And for 3 mana, 2 black and a colorless, you get a 2/1 first strike, and you can pay 2 to regenerate it. Regeneration has sort of fallen on hard times these days, but honestly, it was an ability that you really had to keep in mind back in the day, because creatures that could regenerate were such a pain to get rid of. Death does not prevent us from service to our absent master. As long as Treasure Horn stands, so shall we. And the guard will forever stand ready. For them, death is merely an inconvenience, not an ending. Next, we have good old misinformation. This is something that's become apparently more common in the real world lately. If you
I can't
believe
help but
a lot
think
of leaders.
Not that we want to get into it, but just
Yes.
certain politicians using the term.
So here we've got a stream about misinformation, or maybe the stream is misinformation. I guess you're just gonna have to,
The card looks cool though.
We're talking about it. It's an instant for 1 black. Put up to 3 cards from an opponent's graveyard on top of his or her library in any order. So, if they've got some cards that are pretty useless,
I like the art.
You can stack their draws so that they're not going to be drawing something more useful. That's what it does. It can be annoying for sure, but I think usually you can find better things. But I remember, it can be annoying. It just takes some setup because they've got to have cards in their graveyard. You can accomplish that. Black is good at making people discard things.
The art on this is really neat.
It is. This is another Richard Kane Ferguson. So
is that one that I sent to like the art of?
Yeah, the same one who did the Arcane Denials.
Okay.
So when you cannot rely on your sources, trust your own senses. When you cannot trust those, you must follow your instincts. That's from the Barbarian Chieftain. Next we've got Phantasmal Fiend. This is another one that you can use a different color in its abilities to encourage multicolor decks. You get a 1/5 creature for 4, so that's not horrible. You can pay a black to give it +1/-1 until end of turn, so if you need a little bit more damage, or if you get through unopposed and you just want to deal a bunch of damage, you can do that if you've got extra mana up. The blue ability, pay 2 with 1 blue, switch Phantasmal Fiend's power and toughness until end of turn. Effects that alter Phantasmal Fiend's power alter its toughness instead, and vice versa. So it flips the ability up top as well, basically. And that's just a way that you could spend less money to deal your less mana to do your 5 damage if it gets through. And then you've got the alternate art. Same creature. It actually looks like very consistent, same creature, just from different angles. One's up close to the face, and the other's a bit of a wider shot. Yeah, interesting enough. Next is a card I couldn't find again, and this one would have been Ritual of the Machine, which is a sorcery, I believe, for 4, and it's sacrifice a creature to gain control of target creature, I believe, something to that effect. It can be certainly useful to grab control of one of your opponent's creatures, and there are ways to make sacrificing a creature not so big a deal too. So it is a useful card. Some people have found ways to work with it, but Ritual of the Machine. I don't know if I currently own a copy or not, to be honest.
Somebody asked a question I missed?
No, I was just saying
okay.
that I don't. That was a card I was missing. Phyrexian Boon, 3 cost enchant creature. As long as enchanted creature is black, it gets +2/+1. So basically, it's the Unholy Strength effect. Otherwise, it gets -1 and -2, which is sort of a reverse weakness effect. So you can use this sort of in 2 modes as well. And again, there's the 2 arts. I'm not sure if these 2 arts are meant to form sort of a wider panoramic picture.
It kind of looks like it,
and so
doesn't
it shows here this creature must be black because it seems to be getting stronger, and this one must be not black and is getting the penalties. That's what I'm guessing is meant to be going on there. But yeah, you can use it to strengthen your own creatures if you're playing black, which you are if you're playing this, or to hobble or kill other creatures if they're, depending how strong they are. Phyrexia's touch is painful to all but the blackest of hearts. And Dagson should have paid attention to the lessons of Phyrexia before attempting to create a mechanical utopia. So again, this goes back to some of the themes they had in Antiquities, where they first introduced Phyrexia. They didn't have a whole lot of detail, but it's certainly become more of a threat, and in some of the recent sets, it's been, a recurring theme of great threat to the world in Magic the Gathering. Next, we have Stench of Decay, and is there 2 arts? I guess not. Or no, wait, yes there are. There it is. There's the other one. So, 3 cost, instant. All non-artifact creatures get -1/-1 until end of turn. So it's sort of a mini Pyroclasm effect, except with -1/-1 instead of damage, only just 1 to everything. But that could kill off a bunch of tokens, just shrinks everything, which could mess with combat. It's a neat little effect, but it is a little effect. It's not gonna, it's sort of like the Black's version of Holy Light, I think, did something very similar in the dark. Disa is dead, and I am left. I shall allow no others to succumb to this pestilence.
I'm just looking at the description for this stream. I put Minday instead of Monday.
Oh, well, that's
mistyped.
That's unfortunate.
I'll correct it later.
People have trouble finding Minday. My lord, there is only so much I can do. This plague infests Krov worse than any other city. And again, that's sort of a callback. You remember the card Krovikan Vampire from Ice Age. Might give you a little echo of what area they're talking about. Next we've got the Soldvi Adnates. And there's 2, and again you can see the guy's shoulder here. So if you shove these 2 arts together, it forms a wider picture.
Okay, that's neat.
Yeah, I always like it when they have multiple art that you can do that with. This picture was on the front of the very first Scry magazine I ever got. Okay. And so it's got a soft place in my heart for that one.
You gotta find your Scry magazine somewhere.
Yeah, they were neat. I used to pore over that one in particular a lot, being the first one I ever had. So 2 mana for a 1/2 creature, and you can tap it and sacrifice a black or artifact creature to add an amount of black mana equal to that creature's casting cost to your mana pool. That can give you quite a boost. if you get a creature that gets pinned down and is useless, sure, that's definitely a useful thing. But even, just say you play this on turn 2. You play your 3rd land on turn 3, and then tap it and sacrifice itself to add 2 to your mana pool. It's basically then a Basil Thrall. But you can sacrifice other things too with higher casting costs to get more. So in that case, on turn 3, you would have access to playing a 5-drop.
Hey, Sir Bane's here.
This is certainly, I think, a playable card. You have to be able to develop strategy to how to make the most of it. Welcome, Bane. Thanks for joining us. Yeah, there's the 2 pictures, and they do basically the same thing. We'll just go over the flavor text quickly. People love to follow fools. They don't feel so alone then. And an idiot cannot hear sense, even when 1,000 people speak it. Alright, next we'll finish off the last few black cards here. I used to like this one. Stromglad Spy. It's a 2/4 for 4. Not wonderful, but at the time, not horrible either.
Jonesy says, I love it, use it often. So probably one of the last cards you just showed. Or
This Soldiviadenate? Yeah, it could be. Maybe the Spy. Depends how quickly.
Welcome in, Jonesy.
There's a bit of a delay. Yeah.
I hate time zones.
Yeah, time zones are a pain.
Oh my goodness, yeah.
And then there's the extra wrinkle of finding which states and provinces don't bother with daylight savings time. So that keeps changing them too.
Or other countries. And it's 6 a.m. where Bane is right now.
Yep. Well, good morning. So here you get your 2/4 Spy for 4. If Stromglad Spy attacks and is not blocked, you may choose to have it deal no damage to defending player this turn. If you do so, defending player must play with his or her hand face up on the table until Stromglad Spy leaves play. So it's a longer term effect there if you can get it through. I could see this being interesting in Commander if you can get your Spy to one player and then to another player and get to see everyone playing with their hands face up on the table. That could be rather interesting. And like I say, a 2/4 is at least a sizable, a big enough creature that it's not useless on the board. And next we're getting to Swamp Mosquitoes. And here they continue to trickle out creatures that gave poison counters. Like I say, the first one showed up in Legends with Pit Scorpion and the Serpent Generator. In the Dark, they gave us Marsh Viper, which was our first green creature, and it gave 2 poison counters if it damaged them. This is the first one they've come out with which doesn't have to actually deal damage to the player. And that's good, because it has no attack power. It's a 0/1 flyer for 2. Flying, having evasion, can be certainly helpful when you're trying to get poison counters on. If Swamp Mosquito attacks and is not blocked, so it just has to be not blocked, defending player gets a poison counter. If the player has 10 or more poison counters, he or she loses the game. The other ones have the problem that you're still dealing damage, so you might just kill them with damage before you kill them with the poison counters. This one doesn't have that concern, but it's still not wonderful. But if you had something like a Maze of Ith, hey, you can untap it and it's out of the combat before it gets blocked or whatever, and it attacked and it wasn't blocked, so there's a poison counter. Yeah, that's about all I have to say with that. They're annoying mosquitoes, and there's the second artwork. Second artwork looks more like an actual mosquito, so that could be a good thing or a bad thing, depending on your thoughts of the things.
Yuck.
Yeah,
Yuck.
mosquitoes. Alright, on to red. Agent of Stromglad. This is another one that encourages multicolor play, because its ability involves black mana. You get a 1/1 knight for 1 red. That's not horrible for your 1-drop. It was pretty standard at the time anyway. Add red, or you can pay a red rather, to add black to your mana pool. So it converts your red mana to black, so it can help you with color fixing. If you're playing a red-black deck and you like Drain Life like I do, well, all your red mana can go into the Drain Life this way. That's certainly handy. Not a bad card at all. In the right deck, it can certainly see play. The Order of Stromglad spreads its poisonous lies from within Varchild's troops, and still she sees only visions of conquest. And the other picture and flavor text. The fabled Order of Stromglad is cast to the four winds. I lost for all time. I, for one, give them no thought. So there was Knight of Stromglad in Ice Age, and it was interesting. As I recall, it took some setup too, but it could get powerful. Now this one here, I remember there being a lot of excitement when the set first released, because this was a 5/5 for 4. This is the new version of Jazam the Djinn. Well, no, not really. It never lived up to that hype for a number of reasons, one of which is it's red, so all the terror sort of effects that kill a non-black creature. Jazam was safe from those. This isn't. But the biggest drawback, Jazam the Djinn dealt you 1 damage during your upkeep. This had all the downside right up front, whether you got to, didn't matter how long it stood around for. When Balduvian Horde comes into play, discard a card at random from your hand or bury Balduvian Horde. If you don't have another card and you just drew this, you can't play it without it just dying on you. Even if you do have other cards in your hand, you're 2 for 1ing yourself to play this, basically, because you got to invest that other card in it, and it's random. So you'll probably end up discarding just the card you didn't want to discard when you do that. I tried to run this back when it first came out. I liked running red-green. Tinder Wall made a great turn 1. Drop a Tinder Wall. Second turn, drop a second land. Sacrifice your Tinder Wall for 2 red. And you could play your Balduvian Horde on turn 2. You'd get your 5/5. But you already had to sacrifice your wall, and now you had to discard a card at random. If they had anything to deal with this, you just set yourself back a number of cards. It was a very risky play. It was fun, don't get me wrong, but you were usually better off just playing an Earn-Handed Djinn in decks like mine, which is what I ended up doing. I liked Earn-Handed Djinn. It's a lot safer than this, and you can work around its downside far more easily. But Balduvian War Makers. We got more barbarians. This is, again, we're getting into red, so here's the barbarian part of the set, basically. This one is 5 cost for a 3/3 Rampage 1. Yes, Rampage came back here in Alliances. It wasn't a very common ability. I think they might have brought it back again in Time Spiral or something, or in some unsets. But, yeah, it died off, and Rampage wasn't that good. Because in order for it to do anything, your opponent had to be multi-blocking your creatures, which doesn't happen very often, and especially not if they know that they're going to be giving you bonuses for doing it. So, but yeah, you get a 3/3. Balduvian War Makers can attack on the turn it comes into play on your turn. So basically this had haste under modern terminology. Those mewling barbarians will cower before my righteous steel, says General Varchild. And here's the other art. We send our best to battle, but every man, woman, and child will stand against Varchild's butchers.
I have a question for you.
Would it be better for MTG to do a collab with Star Wars or Star Trek? Would it even work as an MTG set? Good question. I don't think it would work very well at all in either case.
It was just a random thought.
You could do some crazy space artifacts, I suppose. That could be done. I wouldn't recommend it. I really wouldn't. Yuck. I'm sorry. I like Star Trek. it would be interesting to see what they come up with, but I
I could just hear your brother saying, no, just no, or something like that.
you know, I could see maybe, you know, Klingons would be more sort
Or
of
would that be
red,
more
and
of a secret
Romulans would be
lair
maybe
thing to
more
do?
bluish, maybe, but no.
Just no.
I,
Did I make you cringe a little with that question?
it's just so awkward. A lot of things they try and adapt too much as it is to Magic the Gathering, and at least if it's something like Lord of the Rings or even Assassin's Creed, you're dealing with swords people, you're dealing with, you know, it works better. It just works better.
I'm sorry. I just.
Bestial Fury. Now we're starting to get some gorillas. Gorillas in this set are mostly green, but there's a few in red, or a couple, not many. But Bestial Fury is an enchant creature. Draw a card at the beginning of the upkeep after Bestial Fury comes into play. If enchanted creature attacks and is blocked, it gains trample and +4 attack until end of turn. So this discourages people from blocking. It replaces itself, which is nice. If they do end up blocking the creature, it gets a lot nastier. Yeah, I remember trying this out. I mean, it's not a complete disaster because it does replace itself immediately when it comes into play. But as a card, because you get to draw one, is what I mean by that. But yeah, and there's two arts for it. Here's the other one. Oops, I'm getting a little high there again, so it's not showing properly.
Oh, I like that one. I don't know why.
It's a neat card. I used to try it out with at times. I used to like to throw. I remember these on something like Black Knight, which was cheap and had first strike. So the extra power with trample and first strike made it really, really hard to block. People didn't want to block that thing at all. But eventually they'd find something to get rid of it with. So that was, you know, just sort of what happened.
Okay, here's another question that could be silly or could be. Could Chronicles of Narnia be made into a Magic the Gathering set?
That would be probably a little easier. I don't think it would be a perfect or as smooth match as some other things, but it would certainly be easier than sort of sci-fi themed
Need a
stuff.
card? Yeah, no.
Not at this time, no. Burnout. So counter target interrupt spell if it is blue. So definitely an anti-blue type of card. Draw a card at the beginning of the next turn's upkeep for 2. So this is basically, they tried to do something like Red Elemental Blast or Fire Blast for one more with a cantrip, sort of. You know, you get to draw a card to replace it. It's very sideboardy. I could see it being used. Just not hungry. Sorry.
It's not hungry. It's too hot.
Not for cardboard right now.
It's too hot for eating cardboard tonight.
Next, we've got Chaos Harlequin. This is a 2/4 for 4. Again, not a useless stat line in terms of size, but not over rated either. Pay a red, remove the top card of your library from the game. If that card is a land, Chaos Harlequin gets -4/-0 until end of turn. Otherwise, it gets +2/+0 until end of turn. Now, the standard rule of thumb, which, you know, if you got better at the game, you would always tend to tweak one direction or the other, usually in favor of a bit more land, was in a standard 60-card deck, you would run 20 lands, 40 other cards. That was sort of the baseline to start with back at the time. And depending on what other mana sources, how expensive the average card in your deck was, you know, that would fluctuate a bit. But in general, you were running about a third lands, and so this would run out to be a wash, but it's random, so you could get some nice power buffs, or you could get -4 on your first or second one and wipe out your creatures power. So there was less that you could use to set up what your next card was going to be at the time. Brainstorm did exist, but it was cards like that were few and far between that you would know what your next card was going to be. And this didn't see a lot of play.
I don't really like that art.
Yeah, it's not really one of my favorites. I mean, it's interesting. I mean, if you want a jester type, Harlequin type card,
No, I just don't
but
like the art.
yeah, not a huge favorite of mine either.
I mean, it's
now we're
not.
into
It's
red.
not like horrible art necessarily.
This
It's
would
just
have
not
been
the style I
Death
like.
Spark, and I know I have Death Sparks, but the only one I could find was from the Deck Masters box where it was the game designer Richard Garfield versus an early tournament champion Finkel, whatever his name was. That's an interesting product. Maybe I'll go over it one day, but it wasn't an Alliance's copy. So, but anyway, Death Spark is an instant. Is it instant or sorcery? It must be an instant. Anyway, it costs 1 red to deal 1 damage to a target creature or player, and if it's in your graveyard and something dies, I forget if it has to be put right on top of it or not, something funky like that, you could pay 1 to return it to your hand. So you could pay 1 to do 1 damage to something, and then, under the right conditions, bring it back and do it again, and then bring it back and do it. It was neat because it was semi-recursive, but it was low impact because it was only 1 damage for 1 mana. I mean, not, again, a useless card, but most burn players are looking for something a little bit more exciting. And if you're playing a lot of burn, then you've got less creatures to work with as well. So next we're on to Enslaved Scout. This was kind of nice because, again, up to this point, there weren't a lot of biggish goblins. Most goblins were 1/1s for 1 type thing. Ice Age did bring some bigger goblins. You got Goblin Mutant, which was a 5/3 for 4, and had some downsides they had to work around, but that was the biggest goblin at the time. And you had Goblin Ski Patrol, which if you had snow mountains, could go ski jumping and get take off and go flying and get +2 attack. They were neat. I used to use those sometimes, but this was basically Goblin Hero from the Dark, a 2/2 goblin for 3, except you could pay 2 and give it Mountain Walk until end of turn. So technically it was a better version of Goblin Hero. So yeah, I used to run these from time to time, just because it was a fairly generic
I have a new
2/2
question
for
you.
3, with some marginal upside in A being a goblin, so being able to take advantage of goblin cards, and being able to gain Mountain Walk. So there's those. Did you put the question up, or you
Yeah, it's
asked?
right there. I asked
Okay.
you a new question. It's also for chat.
If you could pick one set you don't have any or many cards of, what set would you love to open more of? Huh. Any of rules out pretty much all the older sets, so I'd have to pick something more recent.
Or many of.
Yeah, well, I mean, the dream is always to open something like Alpha or Beta or maybe Arabian Nights. Those are, that would be the dream, and I've got some, but not a ton of those. But if it was any of, then I'd have to go with something more recent.
Okay, so
probably with a couple
How
of big
about
hits
just
that I
more
wanted.
of? How about just more of?
Just more of. I don't know. The problem with Alpha Beta, yeah, they're stupid, worth lots, and that's the most expensive thing you could go. I have the least of Alpha, that would be amazing, but it's very hit or miss in terms of the cards either really stink or are really good, type thing. I love the flavor of Arabian Nights. I've got some of the better cards that are more interesting to me already, but I would like to open that. It would just be a fun experience.
Personally, I
I
wouldn't
don't
mind
know.
getting more of some of the sets we opened when we first moved out here.
Yeah, there were some fun ones there too. We got some of the Italian legends. That was fun. I'd like to open some English. And then we opened some Stronghold. That's another fun
Stronghold was
set
fun.
because it's got a lot of good cards and it's a small set, so you usually get something interesting. I do like this set, Alliances, for a number of reasons. It's got some good stuff. It's also nostalgic to me, but I do have a fair amount of it. Yeah, Cold Snap can be fun. But, yeah, I don't know. There's so many sets, and it's such a flavor. You know, you're either going for value or it's such just a personal taste thing. Anyway, speaking of gorillas, here's our first gorilla of the set that we've run into in red here. Gorilla Shaman. This guy had a nickname of Mox Monkey, and there's two different arts that you can pick from. It's a 1/1 gorilla for 1 red. And you can pay double X plus 1 to destroy target non-creature artifact with casting cost equal to X. So, you want to get rid of your opponent's Mox? You could just pay 1 mana anytime and kill a Mox. That's how he got his name, basically. Great at killing 0-cost artifacts. Anything that costs 1... Want to get rid of a Black Vice, you have to pay 3, you know. A little bit more, but still potentially doable and worthwhile in the right circumstances. Want to get rid of your opponent's Icy Manipulator, you got to pay 9. That's not going to happen very easily. But yeah, these little guys were sure popular for a while in formats where you'd run into a lot of 0-cost artifacts. So, back when Moxes were more easily seen, you know, this could be a way to try to level the playing field, I guess. There are some other 0-cost artifacts that people like to run, like Zern Orb, too, which was from Ice Age. They tried to make a fixed Mox in Ice Age that people often forget about, Jewel the Amulet. You had to pay to charge it, basically, and then you could use it. So, it was awkward, but it wasn't horrible. But yeah, it wasn't great compared to a lot of other things they made too. Next, we're into another gorilla card, even if it's not a creature. Gorilla Warcry. Pay 2 for an instant. Oh wait, I forgot the flavor text. I'll read this one first, and I'll double back. Attacking creatures cannot be blocked by only one creature this turn. Play only during combat before defense is chosen. Draw a card at the beginning of the next turn's upkeep. So again, it's a card that replaces itself. This set was good for that, although all these cantrips in the early days of Ice Age and Alliances was the beginning of the next turn's upkeep. So you had to wait. It was delayed gratification or whatever, but it was... You did get your card back eventually.
What is the best set with slivers?
Best set with slivers?
Well, Becca says that her husband would like to open more slivers.
Oh, wow.
So I'm wondering what set is the best one for slivers.
That is a tough question. I don't know much of the modern... Like, the slivers first came out in Tempest and Stronghold, but they were pretty sparse. There were some good ones there. Then they did slivers again in Legions. Legions had a common, an uncommon, and a rare sliver in every color. So, and there were some strong ones again, but not quite as focused. Like, instead of muscle sliver, you got a sliver in white that cost 4 that gave you +2 defense, and another one in red that gave you +1 attack. Like, they broke up the stat boosting ones. The next time they appeared was in Time Spiral Planar Chaos.
We opened some of that, didn't we?
Yes. And there was, again, some good ones, but they were all sort of out. You got also some time-shifted ones that they brought back from previous printings.
Okay.
Planar Chaos was neat. It had a lot of slivers that were sort of other creatures made into sliver. Had some pretty good ones. There was actually a sliver precon in Time Spiral block, which came with a lot of neat things. I think it was white, green, red. Ward Sliver, which gives all your slivers protection from the color of your choice, was pretty nasty. That one was in Legions. There's a lot of good slivers out there. The more recent sets with slivers there's probably better ones out there. I don't know.
Yeah.
I know that the newer slivers don't give boost to all slivers. It's just to your own, which is nice to not have to worry about people taking advantage of your slivers. But
Sorry, here I go derailing the.
but I don't
flow
know
of
the newer sets that contain them. To be honest, I've missed too much time in
Sorry, there's probably people who just want to watch.
Yeah, there probably is. We're getting off topic.
Robert
again.
just came in saying Mox Monkey.
Yeah, Mox Monkey. Oh, I already went over what the card did and that it's good, but I forgot to read the flavor text, so I'll do that now.
How are you?
Each generation teaches the next that artifice is the enemy of natural order.
Emmy would like to open.
And that's from Kesa. Kesa is one of the few monocolor cards that did get a legend in this set. We'll get to that once we get to green. And then, frankly, destruction is best left to professionals. There you go, from J.E. Yeah, Ballard. And then we did the Guerrilla War Cry. Theirs is the Art of Blood. And we'll continue on the next page, where we have the other art of Guerrilla War Cry. The only art these beasts possess is the art of noise. Alright, next we're on to Guerrilla Tactics. And again, I used to use these. Red Burn is just so useful. You can use it to hit your opponent to the face if they're getting close to dying. You can use it to kill an enemy creature that's getting in the way or that's being frustrating. So this one is less efficient than something like Lightning Bolt or Disintegrate, which were in 4th edition and Ice Age at the time, respectively, which cost 1 or 2 to get you 3 damage. This one costs you 2 and only gives you 2 damage to target creature or player. That's still far from useless. 2 damage for 2 is a useful effect to have. But it's got the added bonus of if a spell or effect controlled by an opponent causes you to discard Guerrilla Tactics from your hand, reveal Guerrilla Tactics to all players, and it deals 4 damage to target creature or player. So it gets twice as strong if your opponent forces you to discard it, and you don't even have to pay for it then. So this was a card built to counter Hymn to Torak, which we saw in Fallen Empires. We even pulled one of those out of a pack at the end of that stream when we opened a pack there. Making people discard their cards, especially for black, was super, super popular for a strategy. People would draw Swamp, Dark Ritual, Hypnotic Spectre, and start swinging and making you discard cards. People could just drop a Mind Twist later in the game and make you discard whatever cards you had. Hymn to Torak, if they were in black, was a very strong, very popular card. Lots of card discard, and even in other colors. Red itself might play a Wheel of Fortune on your opponent's side and make you discard your hand and draw a new 7. This would trigger, I think, for that one too. So, or does that... Yeah, so, I mean, Guerrilla Tactics could definitely take people by surprise, and 4 damage to the face is nasty, or, oh, your bigger creature dies. I always had a soft spot for Guerrilla Tactics. It's not as raw, efficient, and if there's not a lot of people in your area forcing discards, then yeah, it's not going to be as good. But if there are, it can be worth considering if you know you're going to be running into a lot of that. So there's two different arts.
That art again.
Yeah. This one, the guy's just setting up a tripwire with a explosive barrel near the tree or something. And this one, there's all kinds of booby traps and things going on there.
You know, it could be really neat to have some of these arts on these cards made into like a bigger wall picture.
It could be neat. Alright, next we've got Omen of Fire. 5 cost, instant. It gets a little awkward. Return all islands to their owner's hand. So that'll gum them up, but it takes quite a bit to get there.
Oh!
Each player sacrifices... I don't think so.
You used something similar against me, and it made me so mad. It just finally get something out, and then you'd be like, ha ha ha. Not exactly like that, but I felt like it.
Yeah, it can be a little bit cheesy to play something like this. This is another 2-color hoser. So return all islands to their owner's hand can be certainly frustrating. Or each player sacrifices a plains or a white permanent for each white permanent he or she controls. So, all of a sudden, yeah, if you got a lot of white, white weenie deck or something where you got a lot of guys on the board or some enchantments or whatever, you got to sacrifice a bunch of stuff. Or all your islands disappear. Or both if you're playing white-blue. Like, it's nasty, but it is a 5-cost card that takes a while to get going. This is a way not to make friends if you're playing Commander, I think.
Or to scare your wife away from playing with you.
Well, maybe. Let Balduvia burn to warm Keljor's hearth.
Robert says they don't play hate like that anymore.
No, cards like that have fallen out of common printing these days. That's for sure. Next, we've got another lovely art by Richard Kane Ferguson, the same guy who did the Arcane Denial and the what was the other one? Anyway, you were commenting that you liked his artwork. Here's Pillage. This is a nice card for land destruction lovers. You got 2 red and 1, so a little bit more red heavy than Stone Rain, but still costs 3. Bury target artifact or land. So the bury means it can't regenerate, so if it's an artifact creature, you can't regenerate it. Or land. So a 3-cost land destruction was pretty standard in the day, but this one has the upside of having the artifact option as well. A lot of people used artifacts to supplement their mana production, so that was good in that regard, as a way to help limit that. Yeah. Honestly, even to get rid of, troublesome non-basics, I used to run this sometimes. It's a pretty strong card, just in general. You can find a use for land/artifact removal. Were they to reduce us to ash, we would clog their throats and sting their eyes in payment. Something about homelands back in the day I missed.
Oh, sorry. I think it just came out. We played the heck out of homelands back in the day, as I said. Village was amazing. Did Robert see your Homelands stream?
I don't know if he did or not, but Homelands was the first set I did one of these on. It was the first set I ever collected, because it was the first set that released after I started playing, and I managed to collect the Homelands set. It's got some interesting cards. Its overall power level's not that great, but it does have some interesting cards in it.
It's just been kind of like crazy busy, and so I miss a lot of people when they came in and when they joined.
Next, we got Primitive Justice. This card is really neat because it's sort of the precursor to multi-kicker cards, if you can believe it, even before kicker was a thing. Primitive Justice, a red and a colorless, destroy target artifact as a sorcery. So that's sort of like a shatter, except shatter's an instant. But you're getting it as a sorcery, so it's a little slower. But it's got the added effect. You can destroy target artifact for each colorless and red you pay in addition to the casting cost. So you could pay 4 and destroy 2 artifacts, or 6 and destroy 3.
It's all kicker or horsemanship.
Also, destroy...
Is that for homelands or this one? I think it means homelands.
I don't know. Maybe he's complaining about our stream because we've been posting some horsemanship things lately.
No, I don't think so.
Horsemanship you only see in Portal 3 Kingdoms, as far as I know. But yeah, this is definitely a kickery card before they had kicker. Or destroy target artifact and gain a life for each colorless and a green. So this is again to encourage multicolor play back at the time. In addition to the casting cost. So yeah, if you've got a lot of mana, this could destroy a bunch of artifacts and maybe even gain you a life point or 2. It's not a bad card. Here's Red's free spell. You may remove a Pyrokinesis is the title. Costs 6 if you're just paying it though. If you remove, you may remove a red card in your hand from the game instead of paying Pyrokinesis' casting cost. It deals 4 damage divided any way you choose among any number of target creatures. It cannot hit players. That's the biggest downside with this. But 4, any way you choose among creatures can be very handy. If you're against something like a goblin deck or a swarm deck, it's not uncommon to take out 3 creatures or 4. Sometimes, usually you can get at least 2 different targets with this thing if there's multiple creatures on the board. If there aren't, it's pretty useless. That's its main downside. If your opponent doesn't have creatures on the board, or if their creatures are protected by something, yeah, this card, it can be very disappointing because it can't hit players.
Yeah.
Anybody want some?
Complaining, it was a joke, Barry. I didn't think he was complaining. All mechanics are either kicker or horsemanship, is what he was saying.
Okay. Well,
no, I didn't think you were complaining, Robert. I think it's just appreciate you being here.
Yeah. But yeah, this was the red card in the cycle. I think it was definitely, I think most people think it was one of the weaker ones. This and the green one probably saw. Well, some people probably played this more than the white one. But again, it's more situational. Well, maybe just because it can't hit players, at least with Scars of the Veteran, it can prevent damage to you, even though it's best designed for using on creatures. Or a creature in that case. Next is another card I couldn't find one of. So this would have been Rogue Sky Captain. Rogue Sky Captain was a 3-cost, 3/4 flying creature with, I think, with cumulative upkeep or something like that. And when you couldn't pay for it anymore, your opponent would get control of it. So it was a below-cost flying creature, but yeah, having to give it to your opponent kind of stunk, so it didn't see a lot of play. And I can't find one. I might not actually own one at this time, and I'm not in a huge rush to go get one. You know, if I could find a few of these cheap to just finish out the set, I might do it just so I could say I have this full set again, but I don't think I have a Rogue Sky Captain anywhere, actually. It's not that great a card, although it is interesting in flavor terms and in, being a cheap creature for its cost. Soldier of Fortune. I heard that one of the bigwigs in Magic the Gathering, a guy called Mark Rosewater, was this was one of the first cards that he put forward the design and got cleared. It was one of his specific designs, anyway, in this set. He was one of the designers at this time. And it's 1 red for a 1/1 mercenary. You can pay a red and tap it. Target player shuffles his or her library. Pretty blah ability most of the time. But if your opponent is playing things that set up what his next card is going to be, like, for example, your opponent plays a Vampiric Tutor, searches up a card and puts it on top of their deck, and they want to draw it, well, you can shuffle that sucker up, and guess what they won't be drawing next turn.
I'm trying to think of what this card reminds me of, the art on that one. I can't. It reminds me of something. Probably somebody from a movie. I don't know.
Douglas Schuler is a popular magic artist in the early sets, and yeah, his style
me think of a person or something, though, like a real person, real actor.
Maybe.
I just can't think of who it is.
Loyalty to coin alone is loyalty nonetheless.
Ooh, could Willow be a fun
maybe
movie to do magic set on?
I don't know enough about Willow, but it's possible.
Even if it's just like a
Storm Shaman, again, there's 2 different arts.
Whatchamacallit?
That was the other thing about,
Secret Lair.
I mentioned the deck Masters product they
came
out with.
Yeah, it could look kind of like Velcumber. It's probably why I thought of Willow.
The deck Masters product was neat in that the card pool they had to draw from was just Ice Age and Alliances to build their decks, and they could only pick so many rares, for example, things like that. But it was interesting to see what they came up with.
No, you know what? I think it was Velcumber that card made me look up from Willow.
Well, maybe. We got Storm Shaman, is a 3 to cost 0/4, and it's got fire breathing. You can pay a red to give it +1/+0 until end of turn with no limitations. So if you got a lot of red mana, this thing could do a lot of damage. But yeah, just base that 0/4 for 3 isn't wonderful if you don't have a lot of red mana available. Let the lightning be your warning and the thunder your battle cry. And then for the other art, embrace the storm. Its voice shall echo within you, and its fire shall become your torch. Next, we've been talking a lot about General Varchild, not on those ones. But here's Varchild's Crusader, and again, there's going to be 2 arts
Ooh,
for
I
this.
like that art.
Yeah, it's neat. Got the castle in the background, and it is a nice picture. Mark Poole is another famous early Magic the Gathering artist. He's done a lot of well-known pictures from the beginning, from Alpha. Anyway, you get a 3/2 for 4. A little bit under. Most of the time you're paying 4, you're wanting a 3/3, and you can pay 0. Varchild's Crusader cannot be blocked except by walls this turn. Bury it at end of turn. So yeah, it can force its way to get through unless you got a wall, but it's gonna die for doing that.
Is that lightning in
That's
the background?
a neat option. It is up by the castle there.
Okay, cool. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a fairly detailed picture. We could have peace, but Varchild would rather have the maps of the new Keljor drawn in Belduvian blood.
Well, it says creatures were so bad back then.
Yeah, it's not great, but it's not entirely
Ooh,
useless.
that art is cool too.
Yeah, rearing on a horse. Every patch of land must belong to Keljor, no matter what the cost. Next, we've got Varchild's War Riders, another Rampage card. This one, you were getting a bigger body for your cost. It only cost 2 for a 3/4, which is decent, but, I mean, you get Trample, you get Rampage 1. Both of those are somewhat useful. Cumulative upkeep, put a Survivor token into play under target opponent's control. Treat this token as a 1/1 red creature. It's interesting. It can get in some beats early on, but you're giving your opponents a lot of 1/1 tokens. And the fact that it has Rampage means they still need something bigger to fight it, because any creature beyond the first will trigger its Rampage, in this case for 1, which is the same size as the tokens, so you won't be able to just kill it with the tokens. It is interesting. It's flavorful. It's causing a lot of havoc. I've never seen it used effectively, but the best strategy I've seen people come up with for it is stick a lure on it. So this forces all those creatures you're giving your opponent to block it. And that, like I said, with Rampage, just makes it bigger, and so it's able to kill all the tokens you just gave, whatever number that was. And yeah, it can get in and do some beats. But again, you're counting on a 2-card combo at that point, which you could get 2 for 1 if they have some sort of spot removal or whatever. So, what tries to crush our spirit only strengthens our resolve. It is a fun card. It's not particularly good because it does take a bit of work, but it is certainly an interesting one, and it's got a lot of flavor. So I like it, even though I can't say I've used it much. But I do like this one. Came in to check how it's going. Hope to hit the sack soon. Yeah, thanks for coming, Void. Next, we've got Veteran's Voice. Enchant creature for 1 red. Play on a creature you control. Pay 0, tap enchanted creature to give any other target creature +2/+1 until end of turn. This thing is something that would combo with something like Brassman that you could pay 1 to untap and just use over and over again to buff something really, really big. Or you could use it with maybe Eater of the Dead if you had a bunch of creatures in your graveyard for it to consume. That's sort of the best I can think of with this, is under the right condition like that, you could have a creature that gets through just get massive. But yeah, ordinarily not great. Teach by example. If your students do not survive, they were not worth the lesson. And the other picture. Good soldiers rely first upon their training, then upon their instincts. You know, it's a neat, flavorful sort of training card. I can understand that and appreciate it. And there are ways to make use of it, but it doesn't come up much. Now we're on to green, and here's the final of the 5 cards that could be played for free by discarding a card of the matching color. You may remove a green card from your hand from the game instead of paying Bounty of the Hunt's casting cost. Put 3 +1/+1 counters, distributed any way you want, on any number of target creatures. Remove these counters at end of turn.
I like that art.
So it's basically a giant growth, +3/+3 until end of turn, but you can spread it around as you want and give 3 of your creatures +1/+1, or 1 +2/+2 and 1 +1/+1, or something +3/+3. It's, yeah, the art's pretty good.
If I could make a binder,
The
of my
effect
favorite
is
art
just a
cards.
little bit. I mean, you can certainly do work with it, but it's relied on the right situation on the board with a lot of creatures
I have a binder
to make
idea.
use of it.
I want to make a binder of extra cards you have, of just my favorite art. It doesn't even have to be a set, any given set. It can be a mix.
It could be
But
interesting.
just my favorite arts from Magic the Gathering.
It is.
I like that one a lot.
Yeah. Next we have Deadly Insect.
Nope, don't like that one.
Yeah, well.
Nope.
It's a 6/1 for 5. Cannot be the target of spells or effects. Not a lot of creatures had that ability back at this time. It's become much more common now. They've even keyworded various versions of it. I think this is now Shroud, or there's various hexproof. You know. But at the time, there weren't a lot of things. So this would be safe from a lot of removal spells anyway. Beautiful indeed, but one sting could fell a giant in a heartbeat. So yeah, 6/1 creature. And the other art for it is perhaps even creepier. That one just shows one in the foreground with a bird in the background. This one shows the bugs climbing on an elf or something. So,
I actually prefer this art, believe it or not.
well, fair enough. There is no time for pain when this beast leaves its terrible sting. You know, it does deal a lot of damage, but it's very fragile if it comes to actual creature combat. Anything can virtually take this thing out. So, there's that. Next, we have the Elvish Bard. I like the art on this one. Much more than Chaos Harlequin. They're both sort of, you know, the entertainer type characters. But this is a 2/4 for 5. All creatures able to block Elvish Bard do so. If this forces a creature to block more attackers than allowed, defending player assigns that creature to block as many of those attackers as allowed. So, this is sort of a counterpart of the old Thicket Basilisk that you would put Lure on to force everyone to fight it, and its ability would kill them all. Whereas with this, you would have to stick Venom on Elvish Bard, and then they're forced to block it. And actually, I think Venom, it has to damage the creature? I forget. Anyway, but it's a similar sort of idea. You know, again, the main point, just on its own, this will soak up all the attention of the blockers, and your other creatures can get through. So, it's your lure and decoy type creature. 2/4 isn't a horrible size, but it is a lot to play for 5. It is a lot to pay for that. Still, it's interesting, and I kind of like the idea. So, and I like the art. So, there we have the Bard. Next we have Elvish Ranger. There's two arts for this one, and this one, for some reason I can't understand, was more popular.
No idea.
No idea why this one was the more popular art at all. Anyway, it's a 4/1 for 3. Would usually your 3 would get you a 2/2, so this deals twice as much damage as your regular 3-cost creature, but very fragile again. No one may fault an Elvish Ranger's heart, but the simplest frailty may fell even the proudest warrior. And Becca is laughing. And the other art that, was the other option, which was less popular for some reason, was this one for Elvish Ranger. How can any human hope to match our skills? We are children of Finehorn, and its sap runs in our veins. I mean, it's not a bad picture by any means.
No.
So, there's that. Next, we have Elvish Spirit Guide, which is not an elf, it's a spirit. So, yeah,
it's
there's
supposed to be a
that.
spirit guide, right?
Yeah, I guess. Looks more like a fairy than anything, but
Well,
it's a 2/2 for 3, which is pretty standard. But this, the special thing about this was you didn't actually play it as a creature very much unless you were desperate for just getting another body on the board. If Elvish Spirit Guide is in your hand, you may remove it from the game to add green to your mana pool. Play this ability as an interrupt. So, it was like... Oh, what can we say it was like at this time? This was before Lotus Petal came out. But this was free mana. You could just discard the card to get an extra mana that turn. And it was green mana even, so if you were on color, it was even better. We are never without guidance if we but seek it. So this could be used to combo out things, or get combos out on the table faster, to play a bigger creature faster. The extra ability to be able to come up with a green when unexpected. Oh, I'm tapped out. And your opponent plans its blockers accordingly because they're expecting no tricks. All of a sudden you discard this and play a giant growth, and something where your opponent's creature would have trashed yours, now it's the shoes on the other foot. You can do a lot of neat tricks with that. This card has seen a lot of play in demand since then, just because of that. And they made a red version in Planar Chaos, I think, Simeon's Spirit Guide, which is the same thing, but a red 2/2 for 3 that you can discard to get red. Anyway, it's a neat card, and it that little mana boost back in the day when Dark Ritual was still pretty normative didn't seem so strange at the time. Next we got Finehorn Druid. 2/2 for 3, again, standard size for the time. If it is put into the graveyard, the same turn it was blocked, you gain 4 life. There's 2 arts for this as well. All struggles ultimately require sacrifice. It's just that some sacrifices are dearer than others. And honor those who honor Finehorn above themselves.
Somebody's comment.
My favorite commander is Luzun, Scholar General. He's unblockable, and you can draw a card whenever you hit. It's great. Yeah, I've used him as a Commander General myself. I rather like horsemanship in general, and Luzun is one of my favorites. Just sort of a thieving magpie version with horsemanship. And he's not too expensive, so you can play him relatively early, and he gives you some good card advantage.
I like that art too.
These arts are very similar to me, but I do like them. I'd have to say I prefer this one on the bottom here, if I had to pick one. But
Yeah.
they are nice.
This one.
Rob Alexander, again, another classic artist from those early days of Magic. Gift of the Woods. Again, there's 2 versions. It might be one big art. I'm not absolutely certain of that, but it seems to fit well
The
with
face
the
on this,
people dancing in the background.
the face on that cat looks kind of like it. I don't know.
These supposed to be their spirit animals, maybe?
I don't know, but that it looks. Sorry, it just looks like they misdrew it. Like they could have done it. Like I don't know.
Oh, I
Unless they meant to
suppose
make
that's
the mouth look a
possible.
little bigger.
Maybe.
Okay, not unblockable, but who the H builds horsemanship.
Yeah, I like to throw a little horsemanship in when I can. I usually don't build strictly horsemanship, but I just love the flavor of it, and it's uncommon enough that, yeah, most of the time it means unblockable. If enchanted creature blocks or is blocked by any creatures, enchanted creature gets +0/+3 until end of turn, and you gain 1 life. So the creature, if someone wants to block it, gets +3 toughness, and you gain a life. Usually you can find something better to do with your one, with your, if you're gonna play enchant creatures at all. Again, cheap enchantments like this would probably only see play in something like a Rabid Wombat deck, where your creature gives you extra bonuses for getting enchanted in itself. I think that's the main place I would see this one played, and that's just because of its cost. I'd rather play probably something like Carapace from Homelands, which for 1 green gave it +0/+2 all the time, not just when it's blocked. And you could sacrifice the enchantment to regenerate the creature if it was going to die. That would probably be my choice for a defensive 1-cost green enchant creature if I was going to run one over this. So, yeah. I like the art. The idea is kind of cool, but in terms of playing, there are better options. Alright. Next, we're on to the gorillas. The gorillas really caught my imagination when I was collecting this set as a kid. For some reason, when I was just out sitting in the field picking strawberries to make money to buy more packs, I could, picture all these gorillas when I was sitting out in the leaves looking at the red strawberries and the green leaves, and I don't know. It just seemed to be something that would come to my mind for some reason in that setting. This was one of the cards again that got added for some snow-covered land effect. So here we have a 7/7 for 7 gorilla. During your upkeep, sacrifice a forest or bury Gargantuan Gorilla. Back when just being a creature this size was worth giving a nasty upkeep to because it was considered that strong to have a big creature. And Gargantuan Gorilla would deal 7 damage to you before it goes. Fun. If you sacrifice a snow-covered forest this way, Gargantuan Gorilla gains trample until end of turn. And you can tap it. Gargantuan Gorilla deals an amount of damage equal to its power to another target creature. That creature deals amount of damage equal to its power to the gorilla. I think they've made that into like a fight keyword or something like that since then. But it's kind of the arena effect. And, it's built in, so this guy could just off any weaker creatures around. It's not a bad creature, but it's just the upkeep they gave it is so nasty, and they stopped doing upkeeps like this not long after this set, I believe. Just big creatures weren't worth playing if they had these nasty upkeeps like this, and Lord of the Pits, and Force of Nature, and Leviathan, and others. Polar Kraken.
Dr. Julius.
Jumbo Morph is pretty cool. I don't know who Dr. Julius Jumbo Morph is.
Is that a newer card that you're just not familiar with?
I don't know. And then we've got the Gorilla Berserkers. Again, 2 arts. A rather berserk art and a calmer art. And this is 5 for a 2/3 trample rampage 2, so it gets +2/+2 for the second or any creature beyond the first that blocks it. cannot be blocked by fewer than 3 creatures. So they sort of force, if you're going to get blocked, it's going to get at least +4/+4. Well, problem with that is, for a 5 cost creature that only does 2 damage, most of the time your opponent's just going to take the 2, or have a lightning bolt or something to deal with this. Yeah, it's a neat idea, but it just costs way too much for what it does. Beneath the Serenity may lie a hidden rage. Their fury is their greatest weapon. And then you've got the better gorilla of the 2 common gorillas in the green here. This one only costs 4 instead of 5, and you get a 3/3 instead of a 2/3. Its ability is just to regenerate, so it can be hard to get rid of too if they lightning bolt it. If you got the mana, you can keep it alive. Oh no, not you again, Gorilla Chieftain. And the other art: in the soil of leadership sprout the seeds of immortality. Well, I like the gorillas, but I am done playing Simic Solitaire. Yeah, I always liked the gorillas too. It was sort of an idea. There were a gorilla or 2, I think, in Ice Age, but they made them sort of more of a sentient species in alliances, which was a neat change. Hailstorm. 2 green and 1. For an instant, Hailstorm deals 2 damage to each attacking creature and 1 damage to you and each creature you control. So, more harsh on the attackers, but it does hit your stuff as well. So it's sort of a sandstorm that you can target a bit more but costs more. I don't know anyone who really used this. I mean, I'm sure you could do stuff with it, but it just seems like it's too much to work around most of the time. If they can't take the hail, they'd better stay home.
I do like this art.
Yeah, the art is nice. I'll give it that for sure. Credit to Jeff A. Manges. And here's Kesa, one of the few legends that's not multicolor, to make it into this set.
I kind of like that art, but it does seem like a little...
Yeah, Rebecca Gay's usually more on the ethereal side. The crane in the background is a nice touch, though. I do like that in this art. And this is one that I've considered in the early days. I considered as a commander card, but yeah, there's just better things you can do now. So for 5, you get a 2/3. All green creatures you control get +1/+1, which that buffs itself. Usually a lot of the lords and stuff in this time were other creatures, so it wouldn't buff itself. And again, this is you control, so like the Juniper Order Advocate, which, you know, if you're playing green, maybe you could splash in for if you want to make all your green creatures bigger. Yeah, all yours. But being a legend, you could only have 1 out at a time, of course. Kesa speaks as the Elder Druid, but the Yavimaya recognize only one voice, its own.
I don't understand that question. I mean, she asked, or I'm assuming...
Thank you. Do cards really predict?
I don't know what they...
Yeah, no, in the sense of if you're doing, like, readings and stuff with them, I wouldn't trust that one bit. There's foreshadowing in this set of abilities and stuff that they came out with in later sets. You saw that with the multi-kicker stuff. So in that sense, you could say it was sort of predictive, as it came out with ideas that were flushed out more later, but that's only in hindsight, really. Nature's Chosen. I think I used this from time to time. Oh no, this is like a slightly better version in some cases, version of Instill Energy, I think. That's why. Instill Energy you could do some neat combo-y stuff with. Like stick it on your Birds of Paradise and use it to keep paying your stasis. That was nasty. Anyway. Nature's Chosen. 1 green. Play on a creature you control. 0. Untap enchanted creature. Use this ability only during your turn and only once each turn. Or 0. Tap enchanted creature to untap target artifact, creature, or land. Use this ability only if enchanted creature is white and only once each turn. So, you get that extra second ability to tap the creature to untap something else if the creature enchanted is
I
white.
like the art on that one too.
So, it's handy. There are some neat tricks you could do with it. It's probably outmoded by today's standards too. But, which, the Nature's Wrath?
No, this one. I mean, that one's nice too, but I meant this one.
Yeah. Another Rebecca Gay. Her.
You guys can tell which artist I like.
Yeah, Liz Danforth made this picture. Nature's Wrath 6 is a lot to pay for an enchantment. But it is nasty if you get it going. During your upkeep, pay green or bury Nature's Wrath. Whenever a player puts a swamp or black permanent into play, he or she sacrifices a swamp or black permanent. Whenever a player puts an island or blue permanent into play, he or she sacrifices an island or blue permanent. So it locks any new black or blue permanents coming down, including their basic lands, to the number on the table. And if you want to play a new one, you got to get rid of one. That's nasty. And that's why you got a cost of 6 to play this in the first place. And at least it's not a cumulative upkeep, it's just an upkeep of 1 green each turn. So you can keep it around indefinitely if you want to most of the time. So it's a nasty piece of work if you're playing against a blue-black mage or mono blue or mono black. Yep. Alright, we are getting down to the last couple pages here. Still in green. Here's another card that I couldn't find. This would have been Splintering Wind. And I didn't use it much. I think this was a cumulative upkeep thing. Anyway, I could be wrong. I don't really remember it that much because I didn't use it that much. Next we've got Taste of Paradise. 2 arts, 2 flavor texts. Pay 4, gain 3 life, and you can gain 3 life for each green and a colorless you pay in addition to the casting cost. So this, you could get a better rate of life than Stream of Life. And it's sort of, again, a precursor to Multi-Kicker, if you want to think of it that way. Stream of Life didn't see a lot of play, because just adding life points doesn't really affect the board, and so, yeah, it can buy you a couple turns, but you're still losing on the board if you were already losing most of the time, so I think I tried this a couple times, but it still sees play. Again, this is one of those cards that I used to think of in the strawberry field. I like strawberries and Taste of Paradise and greenery, and yeah, it came to mind in the strawberry patch as I was trying to save up for more alliances. Any who drinks of Fraley's bounty drink the mead of rebirth. Is that one? And the other one, where the person's laughing and lying on the ground, maybe they found some fermented something in paradise. Who knows? There is, in each of us, the potential to heal and the gift of renewed life.
Or they were just overtired.
Well, I don't think they're tired. It looks more like they're laughing, so they're having a good time. Well, that's true, too. So, still, a pleasant enough card. You know, it doesn't do anything too offensive. You're just
it is cute.
Gaining life.
I agree, Becca, it's cute.
There's the other green card I couldn't find. Tornado. I might be mixing up Tornado and Splintering Wind. They're both sort of, you know, cards I didn't use much, and at least one of them had to do with, you know, a cumulative upkeep. Yeah. Undergrowth, again, 2 arts. You get the fox in the long grass, or you've got someone hiding behind this, or something hiding behind this soldier guy. I'm trying to remember where or what. Anyway, whatever. Undergrowth, 1 green instant, no creatures deal damage in combat this turn. So it's basically fog, but with a bonus. If you have red available, you may pay 3, including a red, in addition to the casting cost of Undergrowth, and it does not affect red creatures. So, if you're playing green-red, all of a sudden you fog, but your red creatures can still deal damage and cause some havoc. That's a nice little bonus for sure. So it's sort of a fog with straight upside in that respect, but conditional.
Oh, Becca's going to bed.
It is the work of sorcery. Burn it. And the art of war is turning obstacles into advantage. Yeah, we probably need to pick up the pace on these. The last couple of these have been running a little long. I'm probably getting too verbose and too many distractions or something.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
Sorry, I was
Whipvine
with questions.
So a 1/4 wall, and again remember walls at this time can't attack, for a green and 2, can block creatures with flying, which is now reach, and you may choose not to untap Whipvine during your untap phase. Well, why would you want to do that? Well, you can tap it to tap target creature with flying blocked by Whipvine. That creature does not untap during its controller's untap phase as long as Whipvine remains tapped. So, this can block flying creatures, and if it does, you can tap it and grab the flying creature and lock it down as long as this remains tapped. And there's the other art, which shows this very well. Poor bird got caught in the Whipvine, and who knows if it's going to let it go or not.
Oh, what a poor bird.
Yeah. So there's 2 versions of Whipvine. If you're looking for a wall to stop flying creatures, which, green is a color that usually has that problem most, yeah, it could work. But I didn't run a lot of walls. Yavma Ancients. 5 for a 2/7. Can take a lot of damage. And you can pay a green to give it +1 attack, but -2 defense until end of turn. So, the odd time you need that extra point of damage to kill off whatever it's fighting, that could be useful. If it gets through unopposed, you could do that 3 times without killing itself, and it could deal 5 damage. Yevma Ancients, summon tree folk. The ancients teach us that if we can but last, we shall prevail. And I guess Doran the Siege Tower years later would make this a lot scarier. But there we go, there's what it was. And here's the other picture. The tree yelling at the poor guy on the horseback. We orphans of Findhorn have found no welcome in this alien place. Yeah, it doesn't look very welcoming, I'll give it that. Next, we got Yavma Ants. This was an interesting one, and this one did see play. It's kind of like Ball Lightning. Costs a little bit more, and it's only a 5/1 instead of a 6/1 trample. But it has the advantage of, with Ball Lightning, they could just decide, yeah, it dies at end of turn, I'm just going to take the 6 and not lose a creature to it. With this, if they do that, it's going to stick around. It can attack on the turn it comes into play, it's got trample, yeah, it's like Ball Lightning, except instead of dying at end of turn, you've got cumulative upkeep double green. So if they don't block it and kill it, you can pay 2 green and do it again. And if they don't again, you can pay 4 and do it again. This one, there's a lot more incentive for them to get it blocked and killed as soon as possible, just because they don't want it hanging around and slapping them in the face for 5 every turn. Few natural forces are as devastating as hunger. I remember a book when I was in grade school called Lineagen and the Ants, and yeah, this this card fits that very nicely in some respects, so brings back that family memory. What card game is this? This is Magic the Gathering. Sorry.
It's okay. You can answer, that's fine.
And now we're into the multicolor cards, or gold cards. Alliances had 10 of these. So there's 5 colors. Every combination of friendly combination of 2 colors got one. And every friendly combination of 3 colors, where they're all neighboring each other, got one. So white-blue gets Energy Arc, an instant. Untap any number of target creatures. Those creatures neither deal nor receive damage in combat this turn. So you can fog out the creatures of your choice. That can be very, very useful. It's neither deal nor receive, so you can't just, wipe them out. But you can still make some work with this. Relent and you may transcend your situation. Gerald, Aegis daughter. This one, yeah, it didn't see a lot of play, but I remember people trying it out every so often. Usually the problem is you could just find better things to do for 2 in those colors. Blue-black. This one saw play as a tutor. Instant, Limduel's Vault. Look at the top 5 cards of your library. As many times as you choose, you may pay 1 life to put those cards on the bottom of your library and look at the top 5 cards of your library. Shuffle all but the top 5 cards of your library and put those cards on top of your library in any order. Effects that prevent or redirect damage cannot be used to counter this loss of life. So 5 cards at a time, you can dig through your library, find the card you're looking for, and then rearrange it so it's going to be on top and shuffle the rest, basically. It's, well, the rest beyond the 5. Yeah, a 2-mana instant speed tutor to go get whatever card you want. This did see play, for sure. Limduel's Vault is a nice one. Limduel's Paladin is interesting, but didn't see anywhere near as much play. For 4 mana, red-black,
Okay.
you got a 0/3.
That kind of makes me think of Loki. And this one makes me think of Thor.
Oh, interesting.
Just saying.
Yeah, kind of. I could see a bit in the face. And it's definitely a bit of a trickster. Because you get your 0/3 for 4, and it's got trample.
Aw, I missed the art on this one. I like that. And that one too.
Yeah. During your upkeep, choose and discard a card from your hand, or bury Limduel's Paladin and draw a card. So, yeah, when it dies, you draw a card. But every upkeep, having to choose and discard a card from your hand is a really big downside. That's why it didn't see much play, for one. If any creatures are assigned to block it, Limduel's Paladin gets +6/+3 until end of turn. So, if they do block it, it becomes a 6/6 trample. That's pretty substantial for 4 mana. If Limduel's Paladin attacks and is not blocked, it deals no combat damage to defending player this turn, and that player loses 4 life. Effects that prevent cannot be used to, counter this loss of life. So, it's either a 6/6 trample if they would decide to fight it. If they don't decide to fight it, you just lose 4. So, it's kind of a 4/3 for 4. But even at that, it wouldn't be a bad creature except that stupid upkeep. Every turn having to discard a card is just nasty. So it didn't see much play. Maybe if you wanted to try and use it, you'd have to run like Howling Mines or something to give you extra cards every turn. Surge of Strength. This is the one Angela thought looked like Thor.
Yeah, it does kind of.
It's red and green.
Thor idea.
Instant. Choose and discard a red or green card from your hand to have target creature gain trample and get +X/+0 until end of turn, where X is equal to that creature's casting cost.
I think the art of these 2 cards may have been inspired by Luke King's art, just saying.
Who knows? But
I'm wrong.
I mean, maybe from the comic books. This is well before the films came out. But what was I going to say? Yeah, this is supposed to be, I think, sort of a fixed berserk. It's not as good because you can't chain multiple of them for huge effect like you can with berserk, and it's more expensive. It needs two colors, and you're having to discard a card. Like, it's just too many downsides to make it really worth playing. Next, we're on to Nature's Blessing. A green, a white, and 2 for an enchantment. And you can pay a green and a white, choose and discard a card from your hand to have target creature gain banding, first strike, or trample, or get a +1/+1 counter. And this doesn't say until end of turn, so I would have to double check that, but yeah, those are nice possible gains. But having to discard a card from your hand, again, is a steep downside, so I don't know anyone who actually used this. Be open to the blessings, whatever their form. Next, we have Wandering Mage. 0/3 for a white, a blue, and a black. And it's got 3 abilities, 1 for each color. You can pay a white and pay a life to prevent up to 2 damage to any creature. And again, that life you pay cannot be prevented. That could be useful in some situations. You can pay a blue to prevent 1 damage to any cleric or wizard, which would include itself. So, there's that. And then you could pay a black to put a -1/-1 counter on target creature you control to prevent 2 damage to any player. So all slightly different abilities with different penalties. Well, I guess the blue one doesn't have a penalty, it's just narrow. So, there's that. Then this was another one of the sort of face cards of the set. The legendary Lord of Tressorhorn. Up until they came out with Eldrazi, this was the highest printed power on a legendary creature anyway. I guess Polar Kraken was an 11/11, so there were bigger creatures around, but this was
That makes me think of the
pretty
guys
strong
from
guy.
the Army of the Dead from Lord of the Rings.
Yeah, I think later they made errata to make it count as a zombie, so he's technically a zombie lord.
It's just kind of neat how I can look at the art and be like, ooh, that reminds me of this or that, or...
Yeah, kind of. Now, 4 cost, even if it is 3 colors, is very... well, 4 cost, 3 colors, for a 10/4, in and of itself, that's pretty good. Unfortunately, this guy comes with some big downsides, too. But it was playable. I remember some people who... well, it's not really good, but I remember people who would actually give it a go and try playing with it. Because that is a big body 10/4, and the 4 isn't so bad when you can just pay 1 black to regenerate. It does have that very strong, cheap regeneration ability. But when it comes into play, you have to pay 2 life. It's not a huge thing. And sacrifice 2 creatures. That takes some setup, and that's a bit of a pain. And target opponent draws 2 cards. Yeah. I mean, in the EDH, that might be a way to make a friend somewhere at the table, maybe, but that's a lot of downside to get this guy into play. Once he is in play, being able to pay a black and regenerate him does help keep him around. I'll definitely give it that, but it is painful to get this guy into play. And, you know, especially having to sacrifice 2 creatures, that takes some time and resources to set up, typically. Alright. Now we're finishing off the multicolors, and we're going to get into artifacts.
So these are the last 2 pages?
Yep.
Okay.
2 sides on each, but yeah. Misfortune. This one is one I remember. I had a buddy who liked to play red, green, black, and sometimes he'd throw in blue as well, because he had dual lands more than I did. And this card, yep, it's play alright. Target... yeah. Target opponent chooses 1. You put a +1/+1 counter on each creature you control and gain 4 life, or you put a -1/-1 counter on each creature that opponent controls, and misfortune deals 4 damage to him or her. So again, depending on the situation, sometimes the choice was pretty easy because maybe you had more creatures or they had more creatures, or depending what the creatures were. But either way, it wasn't good, and 4 wasn't too bad when you would get either +4 life or 4 damage, one or the other guaranteed, with some counters going one way or the other. Yeah, it was doing a bunch of stuff typically. And then we've got Winter's Night, and this is the last of the snow-covered tie-ins, I think. So a white, a red, and a green. Enchant World, which was still around, and still would be for a little while at this point. You can only have one Enchant World in play at a time, no matter what. So it's sort of like super legendary as a category type thing. Well, no, they've changed that too. Legendary doesn't work like that anymore either. And whatever. Anyway, whenever a snow-covered land is tapped for mana, it produces 1 additional mana of the same type and does not untap during its controller's next untap phase. That's the problem. So it sort of is like snow-covered Mana Flare, which would be awesome, and you could build around, but the not untapping on the next turn means you got Feast and Famine, where you've got lots of mana available when your lands are untapped, but then you're going to have next to none if you use them, because they're not going to untap the next turn. I remember some people experimenting a bit with it, but it never really did much. Feldegriff. This guy was fun. I think it's an anagram for Richard Garfield or something
cute.
like that, or Garfield PhD, or I don't know. It's one of those anagram cards, Feldegriff. There's some stories about this one.
It's cute.
It is cute. It's a flying hippo, you know. And white, blue, green, and 1s. A 4 for a 4/4 was definitely a good rate at the time. You could pay a white to give it flying until end of turn, but target opponent gains 2 life. That's not a bad penalty for the possibility of making it unblockable, say, and dealing 4. Could be worse. You could pay blue and return Feldegriff to owner's hand. Target opponent may draw a card. So you could save it, and your opponent draws a card, so you're not really a head-on card advantage. But you could save it, so that's, potentially useful ability. Or you could pay green, trample until end of turn, and put a hippo token into play under opponent's control. Treat this token as a 1/1 green creature. So a little bit like Varchalt's War Riders in that effect. Gains trample, but you get a 1/1 token as, in compensation. It's definitely interesting. Now we're on to artifacts. I think that Aesir Glider actually got it reprinted, which strikes me as odd, but apparently it did. It's not a great creature, but you get a 2/1 flying for 3 and cannot be assigned to block. So attacker only, but it's a 2/1 flying. I guess this would be sort of like a Ballistic Boulder nowadays, except it's not a token that just dies at end of turn, but
I like that art.
it's interesting. And sort of a Sky Knight, but it's a glider because it's built out of the bones of the bird. So this is the flavor text says, Sacrilege, a noble ally in life, made nothing more than a glorified kite in death.
I still like it.
Yeah.
Even though bones would kind of creep me out a little bit, I like the art of that one.
Yeah, and here's the other.
It's not as obvious.
A fine example of the rewards of artifice. A thoroughly obedient steed with wings of Soldevai steel.
That one looks cool too. The moon behind it, neat.
Yeah, they did a good job on the art for these. Even if the card itself I don't think is great. But,
Well, you know me, I'm all about the art.
Next we have Ashnod's Silex. Now by this time people had realized that Millstone could be an effective win condition. The Silex costs the same to bring out, but costs 1 more to tap and use. Target player looks at the top 3 cards of his or her library and puts one of them on top of that library, removing the remaining 2 from the game. So, instead of milling into the graveyard, you're moving from the game, which could be a little bit better in some respects. But they get to pick 2 out of 3. Now you could get around that a little bit by then using millstone after, and this would be just a way to run extra millstones in your deck, basically. And that choice they made gets mooted by the fact that they have to then discard that card, at least partially mooted anyway. The following, if you're stacking them like that. I remember people used to use these sometimes along with the millstones. So if you remember that Ashnod's defilement of Tessera's resources outstripped even that of her peers. This seems interesting. Well, I hope you find something interesting here anyway, whether it's the cards or my commentary, but probably the cards more so. Astrolab. Now, here was the only card of the bunch that had 2 different arts, and I could only find one of the 2 arts. This was a little bit frustrating. Anyway, it costs 3. It's an artifact. You can pay 1, tap and sacrifice Astrolab to add 2 mana of any one color to your mana pool. Play this ability as an interrupt. Draw a card at the beginning of the next turn's upkeep. So, this is sort of like Implements of Sacrifice from Fallen Empires, except it costs 1 more to play, and you get to draw a card at the beginning of the next turn's upkeep. But it's a potential mana fixer, a potential slight boost to your mana curve as well, but being more expensive, that's not as advantageous, and here's where the other version of that would have gone. Then the next card here that I'm missing would have been Floodwater Dam. Now this was an artifact that you could pay, I think, 1 and 2x or something like that to tap X lands. So you could tap up a bunch of your opponent's lands with it and during their upkeep or something. It wasn't great just because it costed too much. You couldn't really get a lockdown. I think you could potentially make it useful in the right type of deck, but yeah, it wasn't great. It didn't see a lot of play. Next, we're up to Gushra's Scepter, a 0-cost artifact. Always interesting, especially once they came out with affinity for artifact type stuff. Now this one, let's make sure it gets focused here, because it's got a fair bit of text. If Gushra's Scepter leaves play, or you lose control of it, put all cards under it into your graveyard. And you can tap it to put any card from your hand face down under Gushra's Scepter. You may look at that card at any time. And you can tap it again to return any card under it to your hand.
Is that supposed to be the moon or a stone? Because it kind of looks like the moon.
It might be. I think it's supposed to be a scepter, though, so it's probably part of
I know,
the...
it just kind of reminds me of the moon.
But basically, this is a way to protect cards in your hand from, again, cards that forced you to discard cards. So you could stick them on this, and then bring them back when you wanted them. It's interesting, but it's fragile, again, being an artifact. Black didn't have a lot of artifact removal, and it was the best, the card where you would most often see hand destructions, so there's that. But yeah, this card is a bit of a risk, and it is a bit narrow, so it didn't see a lot of play, as I recall. Next is Helm of Obedience. This was one of the more interesting cards when the set released, but sort of like Jester's Cap, it fell off over the years. It really did spike later on, though, when Leeline of the Void came out, and there was a combo with this card and that one, where...
That's a weird art.
It is a weird art. So, let's just read what it does first. 4 mana, pay X and tap it, put the top card of target opponent's library, so you can't use it on yourself, into his or her graveyard. Continue doing this until you have put X cards or a creature card into that graveyard, whichever occurs first. If the last card put into the graveyard is a creature card, bury Helm of Obedience and put the creature into play under your control as though it were just cast. X cannot be equal to 0. So, the idea was, like a millstone, you're milling off your opponent's cards until you hit a creature or X cards. So you get to choose how many it could go up to. Once a creature is found, this gets destroyed. The creature comes into play under your control. So it's a neat idea. Usually it's disappointing and you end up with your opponent's Llanowar Elf or something for all that effort. But in theory, you might hit something really big and powerful. What really made this stand out was with Leland of the Void, you could do this for any number above 0, 1, and you put the card into the... Oh, no, it gets redirected to out of play, exiled, whatever. So it never makes it to the graveyard. So you keep milling until you're trying to get to that number, whatever it was. You never get there, and eventually their whole deck is gone. That's like... Yeah, it's just a kill combo. And very strong in that respect. So people all of a sudden were looking for these again. Yeah. But it was an interesting card, at least, when it was released as well. Lodestone Bauble. I think when the set first came out, Balduvian Horde was priced at $20, and this was at about $15. They were the two, big chase cards, or thought to be early on. And, yeah, they both went down substantially. This one has come back up a bit. Lodestone Bauble, 0-cost artifact again. This one, pay 1 tap and sacrifice Lodestone Bauble to put up to 4 target basic lands from any player's graveyard on top of his or her library in any order. That player draws a card at the beginning of the next turn's upkeep. So it does replace itself if you're using it on yourself, but you gotta set it up with having those lands available. I guess it's something of an anti-land destruction card, but it's only gonna really help in certain situations where they're playing like Stone Rains and stuff on you fairly regularly, I think. So it didn't come up much. Mishra's Groundbreaker. 4 mana for an artifact. You can tap and sacrifice Mishra's Groundbreakers. Target land becomes a 3/3 artifact creature. That creature still counts as a land. So you can use this to turn one of your creatures into a 3/3, or turn one of your lands into a 3/3 creature. Honestly, I'd rather just run Mishra's Factory. But it's just too much overhead as far as I'm concerned, and you have to sacrifice it, so you can't do it multiple times, even though it shows multiple creatures coming up there. The very ground yielded to Mishra's wishes. Yep. Not wonderful, but you could get a 3/3 for your 4 mana. That's about all I can say from it. Mystic Compass is a 2-cost artifact. Pay 1 and tap it. Target mana producing land becomes a basic land type of your choice until end of turn. If you're playing with Landwalkers, this could be very handy because, oh look, your land is a forest. I have Forest Walk, or a swamp, or an island, or whatever. That's the main use I see for Mystic Compass. You could use it on your own lands to color fix. Yes, that is also an option. If you're in a very multi-color heavy deck, it would also have that function. That's about it. And I say north is where I want it to be. Right. Good old delusional J up. Problem is, Magic can do all kinds of weird things. Anyway, Phyrexian Devourer. This is another one that got a price spike a little bit later when some sort of combo was discovered with it. And it's another example of Phyrexian cards where Phyrexia, ties back to antiquities and the Brothers' War and stuff. It's a 1/1 for 6, but if Phyrexian Devourer's power is 7 or greater, bury it, and you can remove the top card of your library from the game to put a XX counter on it, where X is equal to that card's casting cost. So you can mill cards off to make it bigger, unless you make it too big, and then it dies. And too big is 7. So the biggest you can make it with these flips before it'll die on you is a 6/6. It's not wonderful for what it does, but there's some sort of combo with it. I forget even what it is, to be honest with you. But that does exist. The next card, which I couldn't find, and again, this is one that I think I don't actually own one of currently, since I got rid of my original set, was Phyrexian Portal. And that, I think it cost like 3, and you could tap it, and it would like mill you, but you were like looking through your deck for something. I forget the advantage, but it wasn't really worth it. It was just sort of painful to use, so I never did. But that was another Phyrexian card, Phyrexian Portal. Then we've got the Phyrexian War Beasts, 2 different arts. 3 cost, no color requirements for a 3/4 creature, even if it is artifact creature, which makes it easier to destroy. That was a decent rate for a creature at the time. So these did see a bit of play at times, especially if you were in a mono deck that was like a mono black that was afraid of protection from white or vice versa. Sometimes it was handy to have something like this around, which was a decent sized creature that wasn't tied to your color. If Phyrexian Warbeast leaves play, sacrifice a land, and Phyrexian Warbeast deals 1 damage to you. So it does have downside, but only when it dies. So they've got to find a way to deal with it first. So that delayed downside is also something that was worth considering. Deal with the spawn of Phyrexia cautiously. Only with time may we control them. And the other quote, knowing its origins, how could they have thought they could control it? And now we're on to our final page for the set here. Finishing off the artifacts and then getting into some lands. Alliances had some nice lands, but we'll get there. Scarab of the Unseen. 2 mana, artifact. Tap and sacrifice Scarab of the Unseen to return all enchantments on target permanent you own to their owner's hand. Draw a card at the beginning of the next turn's upkeep. So if you're going to run enchant creatures and try and buff a creature with them, you could use this to get them back and draw a card at the beginning of the next turn. Instead of just having them all die if they kill the creature, or if the creature is about to die for something else. I could see this being useful in the right deck. If you're playing a Rabid Wombat deck, if you're playing a deck with a lot of unstable mutations to do some early damage, and you want to try and reuse them when the creature's about to die, yeah, maybe you could run a couple of these and see how it goes. But it's pretty narrow. Shield Sphere. 0 cost, 0/6, artifact creature wall, can't attack. If Shield Sphere is assigned as a blocker, put a -0/-1 counter on it. So while it's a 0/6, the first time you fight, it's actually going to be down to a 0/5, and down from there. I mean, it is a 0 cost critter, and those have traditionally been worth something, but I prefer ones that can attack, like Ornithopter, the original. Phyrexian Walker came a little bit later. Even Memnite, eventually, they made a 1/1 for 0. So there are better options these days, but it sure was interesting. My soldiers know that they need never fear for their protection. Yeah, well, if that's the best the king can do, not. Anyway, Soul Grail. Now this is the first of the 3 cards in this set. Something I hadn't mentioned, aside from being 12 card packs, this set messed with the rarity of the rares. Most rares in the set were 2 times on the sheet, so a rare 2. But there were 3 cards on the rare sheet, 6 times. This was one of them. So they were basically an uncommon that would eat your rare slot. It was very frustrating opening packs, especially once they went up in cost, to be opening this or the other two. As far as the card itself, it's not horrible. I mean, you're paying 3 for a mana rock. When it comes into play, you get to pick what color of mana it gives you. You tap it for 1 mana of the chosen color. Fellwar Stone you could get for 2 that taps for a mana, but it can only give you mana of the colors your opponents could produce. You can often get the color you need that way, but this is more reliable, but it costs 1 more. It's not horrible. It's not great. I used to use it. Now there's better options. By far, I think Darksteel Imgod is just better, for example. Anyway, look deep into the Grail and see there what you most desire, or what you desire most. Alright, here's another one that I couldn't track down over the weekend. This one was Soul Divide Digger. Soul Divide Digger, which allowed you to put cards from your graveyard back onto the bottom of your library, I believe. I think it costs 2 to play and 2 to activate to do that, and you could do it multiple times. So it's sort of like a slower, more directed Felden's Cane for dealing with mill strategies. You could get your cards back. It didn't see a lot of play, but it was interesting for countering that type of strategy. Then we've got Soul Device Sentries. There's 2 different arts here, one close up, one further away, where he's putting a hole through somebody's torso. Yeah. It's just a 1/1 for 1. I mean, that's not huge. It's got the ability to pay 1 of any color to regenerate it. Target opponent may draw a card. A 1-cost regenerating, 1/1 could be very annoying. But the fact that you're giving your opponent cards, yeah, this didn't see a whole lot of play. I think a 1-cost, most people would prefer Brassman in most cases. But it can be annoying. So, there's that. A dreadful invention. What ease is there under the watchful eye of cold steel? Our newfound security enables us to turn more of our attentions to the wonders that lie deep within the soil.
That kind of reminds me of Silver Surfer.
Well, vaguely, I suppose. Next, we've got the Soul Device Steam Beasts. These 2 arts here. They cost 5 for a 4/2 creature. Whenever a Soul Device Steam Beast becomes tapped, target opponent gains 2 life. You can pay 2 to regenerate it. By the way, if you're blocking with it and regenerate it, I believe that also tapped it when it regenerates. I'd have to double check that, but at the time I think that might be right. So yeah, whenever it becomes tapped, looks a little bit like an Imperial Walker, but with tiny little T-Rex arms instead of blasters. They are strange. Dagson saw the steam as life-giving until his followers felt its scalding touch. Sorin Relicbane. Or, nothing has ever broken my heart so much as this, the betrayal of Soldiv by my beloved machines. Arkham Dagson, Sylvaday Machinist. So yeah, apparently these Steam Beasts didn't turn out so well for them. Next, we've got Storm Cauldron. Oh, goodness. It can be fun as a 5-cost. I think my brother used to use these sometimes. During each player's turn, that player may put 1 additional land into play. A worthwhile ability. But again, during each player, so it's a shared ability. And whenever a land is tapped for mana, return that land to owner's hand. There's the downside. So, you can bring lands out quicker. But whenever you tap for mana, whoop, your land's going to go back to your hand. Yeah, there's a definite definite downside to that. There were ways to make use of that, but overall, it was just most of the time frustrating, as I recall. Alright, now we've got the next of the rare sixes that you did not want to see whenever you opened a pack. You would be very frustrated to find Urza's Engine staring you in the face. 5 cost for a 1/5 artifact creature with trample. You could pay 3 to give it banding until end of turn, or you could pay 3, all creatures banded with Urza's Engine gain trample until end of turn. I mean, as far as the creature goes, it's a little expensive at 5 for a 1/5. But it has no real downsides other than being an artifact creature, which means it can be removed by artifact removal or creature removal. It could see some work. I don't know anyone that I remember who actually tried using it. But high toughness creatures with banding can sop up a fair bit of damage when you get to distribute things. Humans and machines working together can be fearsome indeed. So, yep, there was Urza's Engine, and the biggest thing I remember about this one is the disappointment whenever you would crack one open in a pack, because there's your rare slot for what was essentially an uncommon at rare 6. And the final of the 3 rare 6s was Whirling Catapult. This one I did try using once or twice, I recall. 4 to cast, artifact, pay 2, remove the top 2 cards of your library from the game to have Whirling Catapult deal 1 damage to each creature with flying and each player. So, it was repeatable, you could just have it spin and spin, if you've got enough cards in your library, that is, and you're taking out flying creatures if they're small, or if you've got enough to do this a bunch at once, and dealing damage to your opponent. You're also dealing damage to yourself. It wasn't great, and yeah, it didn't pan out that well, but in theory, this is an artifact source that you could just keep whirling away to do damage. So, direct confrontation was never to the orc's taste. Now we're into the lands, and these are some of the best cards in the set. Balduvian Trading Post. There was a whole cycle of these, one for each color, that when they came into play, you had to sacrifice an untapped land of the corresponding color. So when it comes into play, sacrifice an untapped mountain, or bury Balduvian Trading Post. Or maybe they weren't all untapped, I forget. Anyway, they're a little bit different in how they played out. With this one, you can tap it to add a red and a colorless to your mana pool. So you get 2 mana from it. You had to give up a land to get it in play, so you're still basically on curve with that. And it's got the extra ability. You just risk building this trading post on your mountain, basically. If someone has a way to destroy it. You can pay 1 and tap it. Balduvian Trading Post deals 1 damage to target attacking creature. So that can be useful if they're attacking with something with only 1 toughness, or you need an extra damage to finish something off in a planned block. I remember my brother and I used to use these occasionally. Maybe other people. Now, Heart of Maya comes into play. Sacrifice a forest. So it doesn't have to be an untapped forest, but on the downside, it just taps for 1 green. So the turn you play this, you can tap your forest and then bring this out and tap it for mana, and you're still on curve, but after that you're going to be behind on curve. And you can tap it, target creature gets +1/+1 until end of turn. No restriction on when. So this could be a combat trick. This could be to keep a creature alive that someone was dealing damage to, and just enough damage. Heart of Maya is neat in that way. To me, honestly, looking at this now in the year 2024, the art looks to me, except for the fact that it's obviously, nighttime or deep storm and raining, but the surrounding darkness and that shape of a thing reminds me of the plants growing in the depths in the latest Zelda game, the Tears of the Kingdom. But still, I do like these lands, and it would be useful to play. I'd use it from time to time, but most of the time you can find similar effects for less headache of having to invest 2 lands into one, basically. I could run a Pendelhaven. I usually have enough elves running around and get +1/+2, or there's one that does it for legendary creatures, or there's other options. Keljoran Outpost was one of the strongest of these, for sure. This saw play in tournament decks. When it comes into play, sacrifice a plains or bury Keljoran Outpost. Again, it just taps for white, because you didn't have to be an untapped plains. You can pay 2 and tap it to put a soldier token into play. Treat this token as a 1/1 white creature. So you can build up soldier army with this. Sort of like the old man lands, like Mishra's Factory turned into a 2/2 creature.
I like the art on this.
This builds up others. Yeah, it's a nice art too. Whenever you've got extra mana that you're holding up for a counterspell or something, you didn't need it at the end of turn, just turn it into a creature. This was very strong. And it, being a land, can't be counterspelled. It's tricky to destroy in other ways. It just gives you value. So yeah, Keljoran Outpost for sure. Definitely saw some play. Lake of the Dead did too. This one, I never personally liked that much, just because when it comes into play, sacrifice a swamp or bury Lake of the Dead. So it puts you behind. After the turn you play it, you could tap the swamp before you sacrifice it. So it's not bad that turn, but the next turn you're behind one because you did the swap. And its main advantage is you can tap it and sacrifice a swamp again. This time to add 4 black to your mana pool. So say you do that on turn 3. You're down to just your 1 land again, because you've sacrificed 2 lands by turn 3. But on that 3rd turn, and again, it's a swamp, not an untapped swamp, so you can tap the swamp for a black, and then tap this and sacrifice the swamp to add 4 more black. You got 5 mana on turn 3. That's significant. But the fact that you put yourself down that far, if you do it again next time you draw a swamp, you're even further behind, so you're getting closer to you can only get 1 or 2 uses out of this before you were so in the hole from sacrificing lands as to where you would have been if you had just been playing swamps. It does have its uses if you need that early fast boost. I'll give it that. But overall, I wasn't as big a fan of this one. But I recently discovered this is now, unless I'm mistaken, the most valuable card in a set of alliances. It has surpassed Force of Will. Force of Will has been getting reprints. It has not. It has outstripped Keljoran Outpost and some of the other, even Helm of Obedience and stuff like that. It's seems to be now the chase card, the most expensive card in this set. So that's interesting to me. But there you go, the infamous Lake of the Dead. Definitely can give you some fast mana, but I don't like the long-term cost if the game drags on. Alright, next we've got Sheltered Valley. I tried building a Sheltered Valley deck. It's tricky. When Sheltered Valley comes into play, bury any other Sheltered Valley you control. During your upkeep, if you control 3 or fewer lands, gain 1 life. Tap to add 1 colorless mana to your mana pool. So it's potentially gaining your life. But you gotta keep your land total to 3 or less. There's ways to sacrifice land for value, sure. Something like Zernorb to gain life. You can even play Glacial Chasm, but that's cumulative. But there's ways to do it. It's tricky though, and not that great. This usually would just come down early to gain you a couple life points before you get above that amount.
I like that art too.
It is nice art. I used to run one of these when I tried building a Karn commander deck with the 5-cost Urza Saga Karn artifact legendary creature. It was an interesting deck, but not great, just fun. School of the Unseen, I should say, would have been next. It got pinched out in part because the way with this card set where it said need a whole nother page, and it just so happens that even though that it's School of the Unseen is an uncommon, I couldn't find one. It is similar to what the old cards were in
That's your last.
in Homelands. That you could tap 1 for their on color and pay 2 and tap it, or tap and pay 1 to get the on color, or pay 2 and tap to get the other 2 adjoining colors for those tri-lands and Homelands. They look awesome, they're horrible. The School of the Unseen could tap for a colorless, or you could tap it and pay 2 to get a mana of any color. So it could do basically what all of those do.
So this was your last one?
These are my last 2 cards.
last
I'm
two.
discussing the card that is missing. There should be an extra slot
Sorry.
in here, but I wouldn't fit on the
Yeah,
page
sorry
anyway.
about that.
Next, Soul Divide Excavations. I know there's a Magic YouTuber who's a big fan of this card and likes to talk about it every chance he gets. It's not a bad card. I used to use it. When Soul Divide Excavations comes into play, sacrifice an untapped island or bury it. So it's got the same setup as the Balduvian Trading Post. You can tap it to add a blue and a colorless to your mana pool. A little bit awkward, but again, you're still sort of on curve that way. Pay 1 and tap it. Look at the top card of your library. You may put that card on the bottom of your library, so it helps you screen what your draws are going to be if you've got the extra mana. Nice ability. Overall, I'd say a fairly solid card. I did use it. It probably didn't see as much use as some of the others. Like I said, the 2 most popular were for sure the Kaljoran Outpost and the Lake of the Dead of this series, but they were all playable. Thawing Glacier. This one here is one that saw a lot of tournament play too. You just get a lot of value. It's, like I said, sort of the original Search Land. Comes into play tapped, so it's a little slow. It doesn't give you mana itself, but pay 1, tap, and search your library for a basic land card and put that into play tapped. This does not count towards your 1 land per turn limit, so you can play your regular land and then use this to get a second land into play on turn 2, for example. And then shuffle your library afterwards, and at end of turn, return Thawing Glacier's to owner's hand, so you've got it back in your hand, so you can play it again the next turn. And over time, this just ensures that you get a land out every turn, and in some rare cases, like that I just mentioned, you can get 2 lands out a turn. And it's thinning the lands out of your deck so that you're drawing more and more non-land cards. It's very efficient, it gives you card advantage. It is an awesome land. Yeah, Thawing Glaciers is my favorite land. It's definitely one of them up there for me too. Again, in formats that are a little slower. I'd imagine it's great in Commander. That tends to be a little slower to my experience. Not that I've played it a lot, but in the older days for sure, if you're playing Control, this could really add a lot of value. If you've got something like Zern Orb or some other way to use those extra lands, that can be great too. But yeah, Thawing Glaciers is definitely a highlight, and it's a great card to end on for the set. So are the lands in general. This last page is dynamite. I mean, you don't have the iconic Force of Will here. You don't have some of the other cards that they're really known for, but man, you've got some nice solid lands on this last page.
This just to finish up.
So yeah, that's Alliances, and that was the second set I ever completed. Like I said, this isn't the full set because I traded that set away.
Look close up.
Oh, Real close up, yep.
Sorry.
I got a big deal. I got a deal back in the day where
Hi,
my
everybody.
local card shop had acquired in some deal a Ancestral Recall, and it was just sitting there on the shelf staring at me with the price tag at the time of
All our
all our junk in the background.
this isn't the angle we normally do these.
No, but yeah, it had a price tag at the time of $150, and I was a poor kid and I couldn't afford that. But I'd built this set over the years, collecting alliances, and it was still in hot demand. So I was able to trade the alliances set plus 5 extra rares. I think it was 2 Jester's Caps I had to throw in, 2 Vaishavan Dragons from the recently released Visions set, and a Time Elemental. And I was able to trade that away for the Ancestral Recall. My parents thought I was nuts. But if I look at the value of an Alliances set today, and I look at the value of an unlimited Ancestral Recall, I came out ahead on that trade. So I'm happy. And I've been using that Ancestral Recall whenever I've been playing in a blue deck that's appropriate to the area. I'd like to work it in whenever I could. It's a nice, solid little card. And I don't regret that trade one bit. But I still enjoyed Alliances as a set, and I'm glad that I've got most of it again now as a set again, because there's just a lot of good cards. It's a great piece of history. It brought in a lot of new ideas. It still had some of the older funky ideas like the banding and the rampage, and it was a fun set to work with, and I wish it was still easier to find. It's amazing how quickly it went from originally a 12 card pack, you were getting more packs in a box. It was supposed to be, it was a lot of excitement about it, but it became hard to find rather quickly. And the flavor tying into Ice Age, I loved Ice Age. When my brother and I started, it was an Ice Age starter and a 4th edition starter. That was what we had to build our first decks out of. So that was, and then Chronicles was coming out around that, or had been, I forget. It came out a little bit before we started playing. It was in that ballpark anyway.
So,
that was a stream. That was a big stream, and that took a little longer than I thought it would, but
yeah.
I hope that you guys enjoyed sharing in my musings about the set. It's still one of my favorites to this day. So
we'll be doing more of these, of course. And if you're new to the stream, make sure you go check out some of our past Monday streams. Monday is our Magic streams or Magic videos. We try to...
Yeah, typically Monday is a very Magic-focused one.
Yeah.
We do a lot of Pokemon.
Pokemon's my thing. I like the art, too. So
mainly for the art. We haven't gotten into gameplay yet. Maybe one of these days we'll...
I did a little bit of TCG Live, so that was a way to learn how to play. A good way to learn how to play, actually, because they do give you... but we do a little bit of Lorcana.
Over the summer, I'm hoping to get into some more of the old games, too.
So,
we did a game of Star Wars CCG with Thomas. I'd like to do some more of that. We've got some Harry Potter cards. We will be covering again some Star Trek and Lord of the Rings type stuff to open in the near future, hopefully.
We'll probably be doing some of this stuff in our 1K celebration stream. And honestly, it's probably going to be a bit before we do that one, even if we hit it this week, because we have some stuff to get.
Yeah, and we got some arranging to do, just in terms of...
some planning, because we want it to be awesome. Yeah. We're going to try and do a 24-hour stream. It's going to be a little bit different. We're going to break it down into 6, not 6.
But speaking of Magic, I was out of Magic almost entirely for a decade or so. What drew me back in was the Tales of Middle-earth, Lord of the Rings stuff. And
the art was really good in most of those cards.
I liked a lot of it. I thought they did a pretty good job with that one. And we've got some of that still sitting on the shelf to open. And I can try and fill out a few more blanks in my set. Yeah. I must say, while that did draw me back in, it didn't get me to buy into the ongoing new Magic sets. Just looking at trying to collect that set, they've made it so complicated to collect the set now. The same cards counted, numbered,
It's easier to click book
and
one.
numbered again when there's a different finish or printing to it. You have to buy so many different products to find them all. Some are box toppers, some are in the starter thing, some are in the.
Unless you just have money and you go and buy all the individual
Well,
goods
yeah,
and find
but
them,
that's.
it's more fun to
I
pull
do
them.
like it, but man, and then it also highlighted the changes to the Legends rule that make no sense at all to me. I don't understand why I should be able to have like 4 different Frodos in play at the same time, and my opponent can have the same 4 Frodos in play at the same. Like, come on, that doesn't make any sense.
So I was gonna say we will be like we will be doing more of the older set streams. Some somewhat newer. Leave a comment below, or after we end the stream, what you'd like to see us open for Magic, or go over, because he's got lots of older cards.
I've got a few other sets that are, I could probably, if I have time, piece
We just have to
together
find them.
a bunch. In the back a couple years ago, like I said, we opened some Italian Legends. At that time, we also opened Cold Snap. So I've got
Yeah.
most of the Cold Snap set kicking around somewhere. Stronghold is another one. Both of those sets
The Stronghold was
have a
fun
lot
to
of neat
open.
things in them.
I liked opening the Stronghold. That was
neat.
fun.
So those would be 2 examples. I could also go through some of my decks and just show you some of my neat little combos and
Yeah.
things I've done over the years. Some decks I had success with, first deck I ever won a tournament with, that type of thing. I never played in any big tournaments. I went to some pre-releases, but just local things, and it was fun.
The one pre-release that I will bring up every time we talk about it.
Yeah.
That I did better than you
As a brand new player.
and your brother.
Yeah.
I was
that
very
can-
happy.
That
I won.
can happen,
I
especially
won
when you're
like 2 or
just
3
playing
packs
with
of
what
cards
you
or something
open.
like that. That was, yeah.
Winning extra packs is fun.
But I think it helped that I played against somebody else who didn't know what they were doing.
But thank
So-
you all for joining us for
Yep.
this
Thank
this
you,
stream.
everybody.
It's been a
I
great
wonder-
great help to us, and
Yeah, we're excited about where we're going.
like I say, we're basically a family channel, so our kids get involved in this too. Sometimes we do
Yeah.
taste testings and things that aren't collectible stuff. Just have
Let's
fun and share, and we hope you
Oh, hold on a second.
hope you have fun and will enjoy us for
I'm
some
gonna
of
try
it.
and send us on to another streamer. It's probably not gonna be Magic because I don't know a lot of Magic streamers. If he's still alive, I don't know if he is. Ooh, he
But
is.
yeah, if you enjoyed this discussion, I've done previous discussions on previous weeks about homelands and fallen empires and the dark. Although I had a less of that, I just basically had a common set and a few other extras kicking around. And also, I did last time around Portal
Okay,
3 Kingdoms, which is a set I rather enjoy. Again, I've got gaps in it, but
I'm gonna post a link.
I do what I can, and I just like the flavor of some of these sets.
I'm gonna post a link in the comments. Please go over to this streamer. He is a Pokemon streamer. He's got some other videos too. There's a cute music video he did with his son. But go check him out. Say hi. Say Spocat Raid. And yeah, if you like his content, sub up. And yeah, so I'm gonna send you guys, or I can't send you guys over because I don't know how to do that yet. I don't know if I am, but I'll post a link. So click on that. Go over, say hi, and tell him I sent ya.
And always feel free to drop us comments when
Yeah.
we're doing these live streams. We love getting input and thoughts, and we try to at least pay attention. We sometimes miss some, but
Yeah, and if you
it,
make
it
a
makes
joke,
it more interesting.
if you make a joke, it might go over our heads. So
Yeah, like I said, I'm a bit
Yeah.
out of date on some of the subject material, unfortunately. But
all right, I'm gonna hit this. We'll stay on here for a few minutes, but yeah, head over there. Go say Spocat Raid. I'll put that in the list so you can see what I said, or Spocat Raid, and yeah, give them some love. All right, thank you everybody for watching. We appreciate you, and yeah, we'll do this again soon.
yeah. In the meantime, I hope to do some preview on the whole Middle Earth card game too, and leading into not only Lord of the Rings Magic, but Lord of the Rings from Decipher here. these pre-constructed decks that they did were interesting. Most of them include extra rares and things in them too. And then you've got other games where they had different. I've got some pre-constructed decks too from Star Wars Death Star 2, and that had no randomization in it whatsoever. But then you got the Trouble with Tribbles precons from Star Trek. They were preset, but they had some good mix of cards right throughout the history of the game. If you're looking to start, it's another good place to start that game. These ones had only 2 rares in them though, so you got a couple of preset cards to help you be able to make a deck, and then in the starter 2s and the originals it was all random. But you only got 2 rares in the original Star Wars and Star Trek starter decks, so that was always a bit of a bummer. Well, I mean, it's a Magic stream.
I know.
We probably have some new faces.
I know.
And this is a Pokemon stream, and there might not be a lot of people.
If you like Pokemon and you like 151 Japanese, he's opening that right now.
We do a lot of
yeah.
A lot of Pokemon ourselves. Sometimes.
If I knew a good Magic streamer, I would have, we would go with them. So if you guys know some Magic streamers, comment below and we'll go check them out.
I know some guys who do Magic videos, but I don't know a lot of ones who do live streams.
Well, we could always send some people to a Magic streamer and get them to comment on their videos.
Well, maybe.
On sometime. Yeah, we'll do that in the future probably. But
anyway, again, thanks for joining us. We're just winding down.
Yeah.
And this was oops.
Sorry.
Underneath here. Our look at Alliances, which was a very fun set. A lot of good cards, but frustrating in some ways too. Some cards that aren't so good, and some cards that are rare 6s, and were just a pain to open in a pack, because that was just frustrating.
All right. Well, we really do gotta go to bed. So it's very late. It's 1:21 our time.
Yeah.
So
and we got lots to do tomorrow as usual.
Yeah.
So
my kids are getting ready to. My kids are getting ready to go with Grandma and Grandpa for a visit. So our kids.
But thanks again for joining us.
So bye.
Here's another look at the old checklist.
Yeah.
I forget where we got this. It was probably from one of the magazines, or on Scry or Inquest, or something like that. But
so yeah, thank you everybody for hanging out with us.
Oh yeah, it's a Scry right at the top of it.
Thank you for getting us. What are we at now? Like, I don't even know.
We're getting close to the 1,000 mark, and
I saw 166 or not 966 subs. So like,
we're looking forward to.
Yeah, it's awesome.
To hitting 1,000, that'll be quite the milestone for us. We never thought we'd get there.
No. I didn't think anybody would really want to watch us that much, but it's been fun. The kids have enjoyed it. We've enjoyed it.
Yeah.
And we look forward to see what is coming in the future. So
yeah, blessings to you and your family. Yeah. Thanks for joining us.
Thanks for watching.
But we got to get to bed. It's getting late.
Please, even if you just drop in, say hi, and then leave. That's fine too. But we appreciate you. Thanks for watching, and we'll catch you soon.
Have a good night.
Bye for now.